Did you have a chance to talk to your client?
Yeah, they all zoomed in one day and I sent them all in breakout rooms on Monday.
Okay, did you need to talk to him today?
I'm ready to go.
Would you do the first one on the list, Brian? First one on our list?
Yes, ma'am.
Good to go.
All right. Good morning, this is docket 9569554FC, People of the State of Michigan versus Alvino Ray Sinquefield, is that correct? All right, counsel, your appearances for the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. John DeWayne on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan.
And Matthew Samuels on behalf of Mr. Sequenfield. He is present, standing to my right.
Thank you, sir. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Put your hand down. Have you taken any medication yesterday or today?
No, ma'am.
Are you supposed to be on medication you're not on?
No, ma'am.
Any sign of fever, COVID, or other illness? Is that a no?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
And have you had enough time to speak with your attorney?
Say that again, please.
Have you had enough time to speak with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you reviewed the pre-sentence investigation report?
No, I haven't got a copy of it yet.
Would you like some time to go over that with your attorney?
Yeah, I think it's the same as last time, so.
You're good, you have had counsel, you've gone over it?
Yeah, I went over it with him. I met with him by Zoom on Monday and I did go over the basics with him. I will give him a copy.
Did you need more time to go over it, or would you like to
Oh, no.
proceed?
No, ma'am, but let's proceed.
All right, on behalf of the people, are there any corrections, additions, deletions?
Mr. Samuels, would you like me to make the corrections?
You can.
Judge, yes, there are. On the face page, the attorney should reflect that it's Mr. Samuels, not Mr. Cornish, and that he is retained and not appointed. That should also be reflected on the VIR, which should be at the end of your PSIR, under all three counts.
Yes, give me a moment, I'll
Yep.
change this. I'm changing the basic information as cover page, I suspect it is under evaluation plan somewhere, or no?
Yes, if you'd like to go to evaluation plan at this time, Your Honor.
Okay.
Second paragraph, where it
Yes.
indicates the defendant was 21 years old when these crimes were committed. That's incorrect. He was age 19, so it should be 19 years old.
Thank you.
And the defendant is represented by Matthew Samuels, not Mr. Cornish.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I believe Mr. Sequenfield said he was 20 at the time.
At the time of the sentencing or at the time of the event?
The time of the crime.
Was 20?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any objection? We have the people to change it?
No, but I will look at his birthday and try to make sure that we have the correct.
Is the date of, is your birthday August 19th, 1974? Okay.
That he would be correct. He would have been 20 on the date the crime occurred, which was March
Thank you.
26, 1990.
Okay. Any other corrections, additions, deletions?
None for the people. Thank you.
Nothing further to the defense either, Your Honor.
All right. And I see the old report attached here. Is there anything else we need to address in regard to either report before we proceed with hearing from anyone?
None for the people.
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. On behalf of the people, did anyone wish to address the court?
I do have the victim's firstborn son that is in the court. We would like to address the court. I don't know if you want me to allocate first and then him address the court, or how you want to do this.
Let's have them first speak and then you, so council, please have a seat with your client.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And the court should also know that I have received several letters and I think they were mailed to everyone. Would you like to review what I have in my file? Or are you going to receive these are letters in support of the defendant?
I don't think I received them, so if I could get a copy just to complete my file, that would be great.
Great.
And I just want to make note, I did send it to the court and I did send it to the main office email of the prosecutor.
There's so many of them though, so.
I'm sure it got lost in it, but
Okay, cool.
I just wanted to, for the
We'll get
record.
copies. All right. All right, thank
So you
you.
would like to hear from the victims? Okay.
Yes.
So, Mr. Shields, if you'd like to come up, this is LaTwan Shields, who is the firstborn son of Rosemarie Brown.
If you could come up here,
His
Thank you
father
for
was
being here.
murdered when he was age 4.
please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes,
Thank you for your hand down. Please state, spell your name for the record.
my name is Laquan Shields. That's LAQUAN. Last name SHIELD as in Delta. Yes.
Thank you for being here. I'm sure it's very difficult. What would you like me to know, sir?
I couldn't put like a letter together on this, so.
It's
know,
okay, just, we're good. Whatever you want to say is fine. Take your time.
So I have an identical twin. We're 5 minutes apart. I'm the oldest. My twin couldn't even make it because he's so mentally and emotionally, distraught. Long story short, when my father was murdered, life was horrible for him. My mom was already in prison. We went through molestation, foster care, abuse. I died in a tub we went through so much. And a few days before he was murdered, he just got permission from my mom to get custody of us and get us out of the situations we was in. I'm a father now. I'm a single father. I have custody of both my daughters. But at some point I had a household, I had a family, I had the mom and the kids. But me not knowing how to be a man, I was still doing boyish things. And now I'm a single father. I messed up a whole family by not having the correct teachings, I made it through high school, of course, out of common sense, I guess, but I had no man. I didn't learn. I picked up the first shaver when I was like 26. So it was so much that I didn't get to experience. And I didn't even know what a father was until I seen him on the news. And I heard my grandmother crying. I never even seen a man in life. We was raised by all women. So to find out what a father is, and then my first time seeing him is in the casket. That's my first time ever seen him. So my twin point of view is time goes on, people change. My point of view is we'll never have a second chance to see him. My children are my nieces. We have 7 children altogether. They will never get a chance to see their grandfather. I'm guaranteed to have grandkids. My great grandkids will never see that. So it's like that one situation affected so many lives, and I have one picture of him. No one has pictures of him. And we might have siblings, but we have no way of finding out if we have siblings because we can't get in touch with we don't know no one feel like I'm still drifting in life, and I'm actually going somewhere. But to be dealing with this situation, like when John called, I didn't think it was real. I'm asking my mom. I'm thinking like, how could this? He's not even on my birth certificate. So I was wondering, how can you reach out? How can you find? But it's just like I'm stumbling over my words. But this is difficult. This is very difficult. My point is, none of us get a chance. My eldest grandmother is 92 years old. That's who raised my father. She'll never get another chance to see him. So why should another man get another chance to hug his family if my father will never get a chance? And this is not said out of malice or hate or any of that. It's just right is right and wrong is wrong. To murder my father because you don't like him. I asked my grandmother, my father's mom, Why did he do it? My grandmother said that this man told her, I just didn't like him. And if I get a chance, I'll do it again. I mean, make sure his mindset isn't the same. Well, I would assume it's not the same, but it still does not take away all the lives that one person has altered, not temporarily, but forever. Ever, my daughters, my nieces, nephews, they ask about my dad. We got to tell them the truth. He was selling drugs, and he was murdered by somebody that was jealous of him who's selling the drugs. And it's like, that's my father's fault, being in the streets. He should have been doing something better, but that's what happens. You either end up in prison doing that, jail doing that, or just lose everything. So he lost everything. I live in Texas, but when John called me, I stayed here for an additional month and a half just to be here today. And I drove here by myself. I got to drive back home I went to work this morning. I have a black truck, so I do chauffeuring, executive chauffeuring. I went to work at 3 a.m. this morning. I have not had a nap. And it's not about me, it's just like, that's how important it is. So when I leave here, I'm gonna take a nap in my truck before I do that 2-hour drive back. But it's just, I mean, it's pointless to continue to talk and say the same thing in a different way, but our lives is forever. Like I said, my father was coming to get us out of our situation. After he was murdered, I'm telling you, miss, I went through everything. Like I was molested at the age of 4. Like, but I guarantee you my father was there, that wouldn't that happen? So for someone just like, I can understand it was self-defense, protecting your family, but just to kill a whole human being because you don't like them. And then years later say, well, I'm gonna take my chances, second chance to get out here in the world. No one else get a second chance. That's my point. Excuse me for saying the same thing in different ways, but I might as well end a conversation because I can't, it's just, and like I said, this is not out of hate, malice, any of that. It's just like logic and rationale. Logically, it does not, in my opinion, it does not make sense for another man to get a second chance to hug his family when another man is dead. It just don't make sense to me.
Well, sir, I can't imagine what you've gone through. I'm sorry the system failed you and your brother. I do know that your father's with you. I'm very proud of you. And I hope that you always feel his presence because he never left you.
Thank you.
And you weren't rambling. This is emotional. I am here for as long as you need to speak and to tell him what he took from you, because that's important for your healing, for others to hear, and for him to hear.
Yeah, I never thought I'd see this man. I never thought I'd hear his name. I never even thought of this. I just thought it was over with. When I seen that man in the casket, when I seen my father in the casket, it was over with from there. I never expected to be 36 years old, coming to a courtroom in Lansing. I never expected this. But I'm here out of principality. I'm here out of principles. And then the principle is you just don't go mess up another man's family like forever and just live a happy ever life. Like in my opinion, it just don't make sense, So one more thing, but it don't even make sense. My logical thing is I don't even want to remember his face. So I don't even want to look that way. So and I don't mean that out of disrespect, but I gotta live with this. When I leave here, I gotta go. I have a mental condition, by the way, developed as a child from my mom murdered. She put me in, one of our punishments was to lay in the bathtub full of cold water. And once she put me in there and I died, and I stood outside and I watched my twin in that tub crying. And I went to crawl back in the tub to try to hug him. Then everything went away and this and that. But my point is, been through it all. And everything could have been different if that one man was here for us. That's all. And it's just like, my mental condition, I'm gonna, on my 2 hour drive, I'm gonna be talking to myself on the way home. I'm not crazy. You know, my mental condition is just different personalities. They call it BPD. So I just switch personalities in time. But with that condition comes a lot of overthinking, a lot of mental thinking. And this is going to be on my head for a long time. I can't even go home and tell my oldest is 16. She'll be graduating next year. I did that by myself. She's intelligent. My other daughter, my point is, my father created something great, and he's not here, you know? And
He is here, sir.
Well,
He's here through you and your strength, and you've
I agree.
honored him and your family and yourself
Thank you.
and your daughters.
Thank you
So
for
when you
that.
talk to yourself, don't bring yourself down.
Is
You
it-
say you did it, and you are a proud, honorable man. And I want to thank you for being here today.
Thank you for that reminder, miss. I greatly appreciate that, Judge. I'm done. I'm just keep rambling. I just, you know, I wish the man the best at life possible in his situation. This is not a hate, it's just principles. Just principles. That's all, miss.
Thank you.
All right, thanks for listening.
Next.
Yes.
Thanks, Judge. Before I address some of the facts of this case, just want to be put on the record that I completely disagree with what the Michigan Supreme Court did with looking at age 20 and saying that these individuals don't understand the nature and consequences of their actions or their brains aren't fully developed. I just don't understand how 7 justices can change the law without having to go to the legislature and going to a vote for the people. So just want to put that on the record. It's neither here or there. You're going to have to follow the law. The law is 25 to 40, no more than 60, and I understand that. The other thing I want to point out is the difficulty the Michigan Supreme Court put on prosecutors throughout this state of having to call victims 20, 30 years after the fact to tell them what you thought was closure is no longer closure, to open old wounds. I mean, it's disgusting is what it is. And it's difficult for me to make that call. I've had to do 12 of them. And as Laquan said, I mean, it's disrupted his whole life. It disrupts everybody's life. And think about it from your perspective. 20 years from now, maybe they come back and say, you know what, your sentencing in Larry Nassar wasn't appropriate, and having to contact 100 victims or 90 victims. I mean, it's just, and open those wounds. So I think you can relate to that. And it's put a really difficult burden on me, my office, but more importantly, these victims who deserve justice and thought what they had was closure, wasn't. So let me get to the facts of the case. As corrected by the defendant, he was not 19, he was 20. He wasn't 17, he wasn't 18. He was 20 years old when he committed this murder of Amari Brown. This, Laquan said it was over a drug deal. I don't know if that's correct. What I read in the pre-sentence report was kind of a domestic maybe dispute where the defendant allegedly punched, or there was some issue about what was going on with a sister and the slapping of the sister, and an argument brewed. But what I do want to point out is some facts of the case. And I'm reading from page 4 of the description of the offense. The defendant went over to the driver's side door and punched Amari Brown, in the face with his right hand, and then instantly began firing a 9mm from his left hand. Brown was struck several times. The defendant then moved around to the front of the car. He unjammed his gun and continued to shoot. Brown was struck 7 times. 2 to the arm, 1 to the armpit, 1 to the upper chest, 1 to the face, and 2 to the neck. 12 shots were fired at the victim. And then he fled to Alabama. I read the original pre-sentence report and indicated he showed no remorse during the original pre-sentence report. While in prison, he's had 68 misconducts in 29 years. 7 of which have to do with substance abuse, 4 which were assaultive in nature, and 1 causing severe physical injury. The defendant shows a history of assaulting staff and other inmates while incarcerated. He has multiple accounts of theft as well as possession of gambling equipment.
Of what equipment?
Gambling. In each facility the defendant has been transferred to, he has incurred multiple out of bounds and disobeying direct orders. He struggles to follow the rules, and his most recent serious misconduct date in 2025 for fighting and possessing a weapon. Your Honor, based on the facts of this case, his inability to reform while he's been in prison, and considering the snow factors, which is protection of society, punishment of others, and deterrence of others, I'm going to ask this court to sentence him to 42 years, which would be the 40 plus the 2 on the felony firearm. Currently, he has served 11,018 days, which is 30.1 years. I'm asking you to give him 12 more years. The maximum you can give him, 40 plus the 2, which is 42, and then no more than 60 years. And I think that is appropriate given the facts of this case and justice for these victims. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I turn to the defendant, is there anyone else who wishes to speak on behalf of the people?
No, thank you.
Okay, and counsel, is there anyone who wishes to speak?
I believe there are some people in the audience that would like to speak.
All right, you may.
This is Hunchill's mother.
Right hand, thank you for being here. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, under penalty of perjury? You put your hand down, please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Evelyn Elaine Story, Storay.
You may proceed when you're ready. What would you like me to know?
First of all, I feel for the victim's family. I've always felt for the victim's family. As a mother, I never want anyone to lose a child. I have lost a grandchild. Amari's son spoke, and I feel bad that he grew up without a father. But my son never met Amari before that day, so I don't know how he could have spoke on, I hated him. Amari pulled in our driveway that day, so they never had even met each other. So Avino definitely didn't have any preconceived malice in his heart for that. It was like a a brother asking him about punching his sister. So I think that Avino has been reformed. When I asked Avino what happened that day and why it happened, he told me that he was only returning fire to someone who started shooting at him first. And as I've always never understood, it was brought out that there was bullets from Amari as well. And the way they're portraying it is that my son shot at him so much. He was returning fire to protect himself. And a dead man can't shoot. So they have proof that Amari was shooting. So it wasn't like an ambush the way the prosecutor had always tried to make it seem. I'm not defending his actions. I've always known that he's never denied killing Amari, and the running when he left to go to Alabama, he was a scared young Black man. He was young and not understanding the consequences of running. He has since told me how he regret all of that. We have talked over the years in person, on phone, and he's very remorseful. And I understand the family of the victim being hurt. And I never would want to see anyone grow up without their father. But I think this young man has been given false information about what happened that day. He was a baby, and he's only going by what he was told. So I'm not blaming him for that either. But Avino has grown. He's earned his GED since he's been in there. And he has been very remorseful throughout these years. Every time I talk to him, he hates what happened. So I just wanted to speak on his behalf. And of a mother that's been without her son, everyone was affected that day. Not just Amari's family, but we also was affected. And my son has been away from me now for 30 years. And I just ask that you consider the time that he has already served and that he was a young man scared for his life.
Thank you. Next.
The defendant's sister, Darylyn Moore, would like to speak next, Your Honor.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Please state and spell your name for the record, and you're a little soft spoken, so pull that microphone a little closer. All right, that's okay. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Darylyn. It was Moore, my maiden name, but I'm Darylyn Ezel. And
If you could spell that, please.
the last name, Darylyn, D as in David, Arrilyn, Ezel, Ezell.
We proceed. What would you like me to know?
Okay. First, I want to say I apologize to the victim's family as well from being his little sister. I came up here today, I was in front of you in 2023. I just lost my son. I feel that I understand both sides. I lost my firstborn son, he was 17. And my brother, yes, he has been gone away from me since I was 12 years old. I looked up to my brother. It was just us. And to hear the prosecution say he has to reach out to the victims, and it's hard. I know, I'm a victim. The dude that killed my son is getting a second chance, and he killed him in cold blood. I was there the day my brother did that to Murray Brown, and it's not what the prosecution has. My son's murderer got 5 to 15, not even worth his life. He's already served 3, so he'll be out in 2 when my second son graduate high school. And I have to deal with my 15-year-old grief and trauma and anger every day. And tell my 13-year-old daughter that her big brother, that was her pride and joy. We'll never be the same. So I do understand Amari Brown's son. I understand him because I'm a mother that lost her 17-year-old son his senior year in high school. I didn't get to see him graduate. I didn't get to see him have kids. I didn't get to see him even go to prom. My brother never met his nephew. And my son was killed in cold blood. And this justice system sees fit for him to get a second chance. But my brother, someone that was defending his house that day, gets life without parole. It's not mapping, Your Honor. I just asked for you in the courts. It should be that across the board for anyone. And I just asked for my brother do get a second chance. Because the situations are different. If a cold blood murderer can get one, that's not even half worth the life of my son. Then my brother have done 31 years. And he's very remorseful. I talked to him, I had gone to visit him. If he could do it over again, he would have handled it different. I just asked the courts to consider everything from both sides of the family. But I just wanted to address to the court and the family, I do understand.
And I do appreciate your unique perspective. And again, I'm terribly sorry for your loss. And I believe, if I remember right, I have a lot of cases. Yours was as part of a plea deal, which is why it happened like that.
Yes, ma'am.
And there is something, although it's not the sentence you would have hoped for, there is something to closure moving forward. So it's hard. when we're perceived as an injustice system, because it isn't fair across the board, as you suggest, that everybody who commits a homicide should be treated the same. It just isn't that way. Right. And your perspective is truly appreciated, because I can't imagine losing a child and then having the compassion to say, and he's going to get out, and my brother should too. Does recognize that that there are second chances even when you commit the most heinous of crimes. It is difficult for everybody left behind. And I appreciate your strength.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have one more person who would like to speak, Mr. Charles Camps.
Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
I do.
Thank you. Put your hand down. Please state, spell your name for the records.
Charles, Charles, McCants, MCCANTS.
Thank you, sir. What would you like me to know?
Well, Judge, I'm definitely no stranger to you. I come when my heart tells me to come. I stand before this court today. First and foremost, I want to apologize to the victim's family and wholeheartedly apologize to the victim's family. Hearing you speak, young man, you touched me. Before your father passed away, you already went through life's traumas. A child shouldn't have to go through life's traumas. I also see a young man that's making something of himself. You got through life's traumas. God guided you through. So I hope you can take what I'm saying. I understand your frustration. I understand your anger. You said you never met your father. I know that's tough. So saying that, I mean that from the heart. Judge, I stand before you, a juvenile that was rehabilitated. I stayed in the court system. Judge Kerbaway was my juvenile court judge. It was tough for me because my father went to law school with Judge Kerbaway. And I can recall Judge Kerbaway asking me, "What are you doing?" And I didn't have a good response to that because I knew right from wrong. It wasn't until I was through with that chapter in my life, I entered the next chapter in my life, which would be going to college. I went to Lansing Community College. I took a psychology class and it opened my mind up to something different. Cognitive thinking, the adolescent state. This gentleman is sitting here now. He did what he did that day. The easiest thing for that gentleman to do that day was to call the police. The police should have been called. I work with Mr. Samuels from time to time, so I'm familiar with this case from A to Z. We worked on it for years. We have a motion that's in the court right now that would have shed a different light on this situation. The gentleman sat in the car with a gun in his lap, talking to his sister that had just previously been assaulted. He called back and said, "I'll be over there in a minute." At that point, the 50-year-old him would have called the police. The adolescent mind saw him there, jumped out the car, put himself in harm's way, and struck the victim. Now, the truth is, he didn't see that gun in the gentleman's lap, or I don't think that he would have tried to attack somebody. That's the truth. The truth also is, If you ask him now, after 30 years, if he could do something different, I know he would. His prison record, I've never been to prison. I've never been to prison, but in prison, and we can't relate to that, Judge. You haven't been, I haven't been, Mr. Dwayne has not been. But in prison, at times, you do what you gotta do to get through the next day. Does it make it right? Absolutely not. But it has to be light at the end of tunnels. And in my heart, I think that there's light at the end of the tunnel for this gentleman. His mother has been here. His family's been here. And in my heart, I feel that he gets out, he'll be productive. He has upside. I know you have a difficult decision. Your job is tough because on both sides of the spectrum, they see things different. And you're the mitigating factor to keep things fair. But just from a cognitive standpoint, I see things different. When I was a teenager, I got myself in situations trying to prove myself, trying to be tough. And I don't even know if it was tough. It was just taking a stance on certain things. Now, I remove myself. Young people, they've got something to prove. I'm trying to get home, Judge. I want to make it to the next day. And it's a big part of what I'm trying to do with society, why you see me down here so much, because I feel that I'm able to reason with people, talk with people. I know I've done a lot in the community to help young people, older people. I mean, me and this gentleman, we speak, and I know that I've gotten through to him in certain things, just talking on a regular basis. So I know there's light at the end of the tunnel. My father always told me, don't waste your time with no fool. So when I see that I can't talk to a person or reason with a person, I just back up. I don't get that from him. I sense that this has got to be fair from both ends of the spectrum. He served 30 years on something that could have got, now it's 25 to 40. I believe his original plea bargain, he'd have been home 10 years ago. That's neither here nor there. But in my mind, I feel that he can be a productive member of society. Again, for the family, the victim's family, I definitely feel their pain. I definitely feel their pain. And I just feel that I see an upside. If I didn't, I wouldn't be here. So I'm not gonna go on and on, I promise you. And I took to heart what you told me before the proceeding, and I appreciate you. I'll close out with, God grants you this second chance, be in the show and prove business. Before I came in here, I spoke with second prosecutor in charge, Nicole, I can't recall her last name. And she asked me, Charles, the last person that I came, not the last person, but a person that I came in here and spoke on their behalf, and we were able to figure something out. How is he doing? So he's doing phenomenal. He's actually building a structure. He's developing, and he has not been in trouble. She hugged me. She didn't shake my hand, she hugged me and said, that is beautiful. If I come down here on someone's behalf, it's because they have an upside. You'll never see me come before this court with someone that I don't personally believe in. So this gentleman has an upside. He's got family, he's got support. And I pray that he gets home.
I do appreciate you being here, and I want the record to be clear. When we talked about
Yes,
your desire to go to law school.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And I encourage that because you're in here a lot, around the building a lot.
Yes, ma'am.
You're vocal and informed, and you ought to go to law school. We did not talk about this case.
No, not at all. I apologize. That's why I got to go to law school.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I appreciate you being here, and I appreciate that you recognize on that day, 2 mothers lost their sons.
most definitely. And I'll say this for the record. I was a child when this happened, but many of Mo's close friends are my friends. So it's not, I'm not here trying to be one-sided. I'm here on justice. When that young man got up there and said he never got a chance to meet his father, broke my heart. Broke my heart because it was at that point that that gentleman wanted to become a father. And through decision-making, and decision-making, Judge, is something that affects a lot of young Black males, decision-making. If Mo hadn't went over there, this wouldn't have happened. If the police would have been called, this wouldn't have happened. So it was bad decision-making on both parts. Not trying to shed a negative light on your father. I wouldn't get up here and do that. But decision-making is something that comes with age. It's things that I did in my teenage years I wouldn't dare do now. I used to walk around with no shirt. I wouldn't embarrass myself. I can't do it anymore. So I just implore everyone to understand that from a cognitive standpoint, as you get older, your mind develops, you see things different. All right, have a good night.
Thank you.
That is all.
Council, please. Thank you. Council, what would you like me to know?
Your Honor, I think a lot of what I was gonna say was said by everyone that has spoke prior to this. Few things I do want to point out, and I think it is appropriate to address Mr. Dwayne's comments regarding the reform and the Supreme Court's rulings on this. You know, we a few years ago, we had the HIDA reform, and I think it's based on science. And the science says that someone's brain isn't developed fully until the age of 26. And that is why the HIDA statute goes up to the age of 26 at this point. Mr. Sequenfield standing before you right now, Judge, is a perfect example of that. I didn't know him when he was 20. I didn't know him when he was 15. I've probably have talked to him and worked with him over the last 6-7 years here. This man in this report was not the same man that is standing before you. I believe he has been reformed, and you can see here just the number of people here supporting him from all walks of life. I sent in the letters. There was a letter from a bishop. There's people here that have spoken with him, that have addressed him, that understand who he has become and the steps he's taken. Yes, there has been issues inside the prison. You know as well as I know, prison rules are a little different than what we have outside. I think he understands being outside, that there's a different way of behaving, and I think he'd be a perfect candidate to be released into this community at this time. As Mr. McCants did say, and I won't get too much into it, there is a current motion in front of this court that has not been addressed. Both parties have addressed it. And I think just looking at the facts of the case here, it's not always what it seems. And hearing Mr. Brown's son speaking, I can't imagine what that's like. As someone that has lost his dad prior, and mine was only 8 years ago. So I was an adult at the time, but that hurt and that emptiness is still there every day. That's never gonna go away. It's never gonna go away by taking someone else's uncle, someone else's father, someone else's son away for the rest of their life. That hurt and emptiness is just never gonna go away. And so I really do believe that at this point, and we're here because of the Supreme Court rulings, and I think that at this point, a sentencing of time served is probably appropriate. He has served 30 years. He's within the guidelines. He has done multiple things to reform himself. And I think the connection he still has to these people that are here and that have spoke to him shows a lot about his character. It's easy for people to forget about somebody once they're sentenced to prison for the rest of their lives. That is not what's happening here, and that's why you see a good 15, 20 people sitting here. With that said, Your Honor, and I do believe he's been rehabilitated, I do believe the snow factors have been satisfied, and the protection of the community is there, because the 20-year-old man that you read in this report that did this crime is not the man standing before you. Society's protected now. He did what he needed to do. He improved the law. He did what he needed to do in prison, and he is ready to become a tributable man in society and contribute to society and be part of society, be part of his family, be the uncle that his nephews, nieces need that lost a brother. The older brother to his sister that lost a son and is still grieving, and something that she will never get over. And I know one thing has nothing to do with another, but Your Honor, and as Mr. McCants said, I can't imagine the decision that you're facing today. You've got the hardest job that I've seen in a long time. There's two sides to all of this. You've got a man that is being supported by his family, saying that, hey, he's performed, we want him back. You've got another young man saying, I lost my dad. I will never be whole again. My family will never be whole again. So with that said, Your Honor, I do think at this point, 30 years would have been an appropriate sentence at the time, had we had these laws in place then, and I do think 30 years is appropriate now based on everything Mr. Glenfield has done at this time.
Sir, what would you like me to know?
Well, I want to apologize to the victim's family. I've lost my grandfather since my grandmother. My grandfather was murdered, so I definitely feel what he's going through. And over the years, I thought about him hard and whether he had kids, because I didn't know for sure whether he had any or not. And now that I know, I guess my feelings was justified, because I was always wondering about whether he had any kids or anything, or what they was going through or whatnot. And I'm glad to see he's all right. I hate to hear what he went through as a child, but he's grown and he seems like he's strong and whatnot. So, you know, I guess that's some type of weight off my shoulders to know that his children did make it, you know.
Well, you know, there's always gonna be that hole in his heart. He
Yes.
didn't know his dad.
Yeah, he lost his father, so I understand that. That's why I empathize with him, because even though it was years later, I ended up losing my grandfather, then I lost my nephew. I just lost a little cousin a couple of months ago that I never got to meet. So I definitely understand what the families, the victims is going through.
So 68 misconducts, tell me. That's like, what, more than 2 a year?
Yeah, well, when I first came down, you know, I was angry. So the majority of, a lot of those tickets came from back when I first came to prison. We did have an incident with a bunkie this past December. And that was what the prosecutors talked about, the last fight incident. But other than that, there's been periodic spurts in there where I've been in no trouble. And satisfactory work histories. You talk to any of the case managers, any of the people I work for, you know, they will all have good things to say for me.
Tell me about your anger when you first came in. What was that about? Angry that you got convicted by the jury? Angry at what?
I was angry that I got convicted by the jury, but I was also angry because the story was never told, and the truth was never came up with that situation. Like, the young man was lied to. I didn't even know his father, to have any dislike against his father. I didn't know nothing about his father selling drugs, none of that. This was a situation dealing with my sister. He slapped her. We had a conversation about it. He came over, and this led to where we're here today.
And then, I'm sorry, say that again.
Led to why we're here today.
And I do want to point out that was some issues that were addressed in the motion that is before this court.
Sir, if you were faced with the same situation today, What would you do?
Like Mr. McCann said, we would call the police if it was a situation like that now. Right now,
What stopped you from calling the police 30 years ago?
I can't even tell you what was going on back then. I just was a youngster. I was adolescent. Wasn't thinking like a productive member of society. That's all. Should have called the police or whatnot, but it just didn't happen like that.
So I've read the old pre-sentence investigation report. I've read the new one. What's interesting about the recommendation on the guidelines is the old one recommends 20 years to 40, and the new one recommends 25 to 40. I guess that explains some changes in the law. The prosecutor mentions the changes that the Supreme Court. I think I've stopped being surprised by our higher courts, and I'm not saying I am any better, but they're supposed to give deference to what we do down here, and they rarely do. And I, like the prosecutor, I'm surprised at what they've done. Because it is tough to rewrite history. It is tough to go back and find the victims.
Go back and find what?
The victims. And as I said, and I think everybody recognizes, the day there was that gunfire, both families lost a child. The difference is that you had contact with yours. You may have lost some people on the outside, but sir, you still have contact. You still get Christmas cards, you can still make a phone call, and your victims not. But it is also not lost on me that the brain doesn't stop developing until you're 25 or 30. I'm sorry, 25 or 36. It's also not lost on me, and I don't want this to become some kind of racial fight, but especially 30 years ago, it's tough for a Black man to call the cops. I recognize that. The world has changed. It needs to continue changing. But I also suspect, although I did not hear that from you, that that's probably why it wasn't the first thought in your mind. You were taught to take matters in your own hands and not get next to the police, which is the wrong way of thinking. But it has been passed down generationally, and we are all trying to correct that. Because the police are peacekeeping officers, no matter who you are, and they have the most difficult job in the world. And they would have responded. And this could have and should have been avoided. I also do have some issues with 68 misconducts. I had a lot of people in front of me that have far less. 68 must be one of the highest numbers I've ever seen. But I also know, while I've not been in a cell, I have visited with clients and for various things I've done in jails and prisons. And I know it's tough in there. Well, the question that I have, sir, is, you have all these people willing to support you. They can only support you if you're law-abiding, if you recognize the law, if you recognize law enforcement, if you recognize that you have to follow rules, not playing the gray. Can you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you reach out and ask for help when you need it?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you done that while you were incarcerated?
While I was incarcerated, I've asked for plenty of help since I've been incarcerated.
Have you asked for help when you needed it?
But I need, yes, ma'am.
You see, asking for help is a sign of strength, not weakness. Dialing 911 is an act of strength and asking for help. Pulling a trigger is a coward. I have this notepad and I have gone all over the place about what I should do. And I have seriously considered what the people have requested, because I don't think it's unreasonable. On the other hand, I have to look at what's proportional here. And we cannot, no matter how much time we spend, whether it's life or not, we cannot bring back the young man you took. So I have to look at punishment of defendant, and I believe that you have been punished. Protection of society. I think that you have learned your lesson. Because, sir, if you haven't, you will never get out again. The judge is gonna look at your record and say, you shouldn't have been let out. Rehabilitation, I think you've had 30 years to think about what you should have done, what went wrong. And it sounds to me like you were angry at the jury, you were probably more angry at yourself. Should have handled things differently. And there's a negative statement about you running away after this event. I'm sure that as a young man, you were frightened, you knew where you were going. So, sir, I'm gonna give you 28 years plus the 2 years that you have to serve on the felony firearm. So you'll serve the 2 years first and then the 28 years. So it looks like you'll be getting out because you'll have credit for 11,018 days. I believe this is proportional and reasonable. There's no amount of time that you serve that's gonna bring this other young man back. And you have to live with that. And to the family, I have heard you and I'm sorry. I'm not the Supreme Court, I didn't change this. But I do think we need to put this behind us. And sir, I hope that you work with all those people who promised to help you. And that you make amends to families who have lost their children to gunfire every single day. You need to make amends to those families. You have 42 days to appeal and to request appellate counsel. Please hand me some appellate rights.
For the record, Your Honor, I have handed my client the appellate rights.
Thank you. That's all for this record.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Judge,
Appreciate all of it.
can we, hold on a second.
Yeah.
Can we just approach the
Yeah,
bench?
we
Hold on,
approach the
TLC, real quick.
Yeah.
Let's just put it on the record.
No, I did the 30, so it should be 30. All right. So, we're just gonna go back on, hold on. We're just gonna go back on the record one moment. It's gonna be 30 years to. All right, we just need quiet for one more minute. It's gonna be 30 to the 60 years, okay? And then, you have to pay, I think you probably already did pay, you already paid a fine victim.
My understanding is that all the fines are paid off, Your Honor.
Okay, just need to address the fines have been paid off, and if not, and they would have been the ones way back then, so. All right, so as long as those are paid off, then we're done. You understand, sir?
Yeah, I think I understand.
There's the minimum and the maximum, because it's a life offense, so 30 to 60.
All right,
All right, so it's 28 plus the 2, up to 60.
all right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So Judge, may I have 5 minutes to speak to my next victim?
Absolutely.
Thank you, just 5 minutes. No, he's good.
Ms. Williams, could you give me a thumbs up if you can hear me? You hear me?
Should be okay.
Ms. Williams, can you hear us? It's not indicating you can hear us. That's why I wanted to double check before we get John back in.
We're unmuted.
Well, his mic is turned off,
Sound, should it?
his sound, like for him to talk back to
So I
you.
just wanted a thumbs up. Ms. Williams, can you hear us?
Yes,
Can you move?
His video must just.
I
Hi,
think your
John.
video might be frozen.
How are you? Look good?
doing
Nice to see you. How you enjoying retirement?
Hopefully we'll have a video work.
Love it.
The video has to work. I mean, hey, did you need to see me in a breakout room or anything, or are we still good from earlier this week?
We're still good.
Is that coming?
He's in the UP. We'll put that on the record.
Okay, but he didn't want to come in.
But I have to have a video that actually works now, so. um, I'm here.
Is it?
Yeah.
It should be. I believe they fixed the IT issue.
Did you unmute it? Can we test?
Yeah,
it?
it's unmuted, yeah. Say something to you here too.
Are we all, is everybody in from the, I don't want the noise, is everybody in from outside?
Ms. Williams, can you say something?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, very good. If at any time you can't, please let us know.
Okay.
All right, this is docket 75787 FC. People of the state of Michigan versus Averill LeVar Williams. Counsel, your appearance for the record.
Thank you, John Dwayne, on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Steve Cornish on behalf of the defendant who's appearing via Zoom.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes,
Sir, have you taken any medication yesterday or today?
no,
Are you supposed to be on medication you're not on?
no, ma'am.
Any sign of fever, COVID, or other illness?
No,
And you've had enough time to speak with your attorney?
yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're in agreement that you are there instead of in my courtroom next to your attorney, is that correct?
Yes,
Sir, if at any time you wish to meet with your attorney, you need to let me know and we'll put you in a breakout room that's confidential, okay?
okay.
Have you had an opportunity to review the pre-sentence investigation report with your attorney?
It was read to me, yes.
All right, did you have enough time going over that or do you need more time?
I'm ready to go.
All right, very good. On behalf of the people, corrections, additions, deletions.
None.
Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Starting with page 1.
Yes.
And throughout the entire report, they spelled my name with a V instead of a PH.
I should have caught that one. I see your name often enough. Let me go through it.
It's likely my fault for going by Steve.
All right. You know, it's on basic information sheet too. And then I'll check evaluation plan. Don't see you in evaluation plan. All right, any other questions?
Oh, yes, Your Honor. I am appointed, not retained, also on the cover page.
Need that change and then changing it on the basic information sheet as well, on both counts. Anything else?
That's my only corrections to the report, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. On behalf of the people, do we have any victims who wish to address the court?
Judge, we have 3, but before we begin, I think we should make a record that the people attempted to transport the defendant to court today, but he's in the UP. Transport was not going to be able to transport him in a timely manner today. And so the question was, well, were we going to adjourn this or get him on Zoom? It's my understanding he agreed to be on Zoom. If Mr. Cornish could make a record of that, please.
Yes, I did ask him and he did say that he was fine doing it like this. Mr. Cornish, you also talked to him about that, is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor. I advise my client of his rights to appear in person.
That is right, Your Honor.
I did advise my client of his rights to appear in person, Your Honor, including that we would get him a new date to be brought down in person. Mr. Williams, you are good with proceeding and waiving the right to be in person, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Counsel, who wishes to address the court?
The first person that would like to address the court would be Arthur Austin, who's the fiance to the deceased Denise McCall. He was present in the room when she was murdered in front of him.
Thank you.
And one other thing I'd like to place on the record, the original trial prosecutor is in the courtroom, and that's the Honorable Joyce Dragonchuk. Thank you.
Thank you, welcome, thank you, appreciate being here. Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide you the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth that comes to version?
Yes,
Thank you, raise your hand down, please state, spell your name for the record.
Arthur, Arthur, Austin, Austin.
We appreciate you being here, I've read the report and it's difficult to even read.
Yes, it's very difficult.
What would you like me to know?
I would like to know, I'd like to know a little bit about Denise, first and foremost. She's probably the hardest working person that I've ever been associated with. She worked at General Motors. She worked full-time at General Motors. She worked full-time for the Ingham County Sheriff's Department. How she did it, even her boss wanted to know. Not alone, I wasn't alone on that. That's what she wanted to do. She did it for a while. She worked. She had one daughter and a son. Her daughter's here today. She just was just a wonderful, and she's got friends here also that knew her from work. There was nothing that I could say that Denise, she would do just about anything that, anybody, she'd help anybody. She loved people. As far as I know, I don't even know anybody that didn't like Denise. She was just that good of a person. I have a problem with, I guess there's several people do, as far as the Supreme Court's making their judgment of what they did. I just believe that one or two of them had been in my shoes, that law would have never passed. It may be just one. I can't change it, you can't change it, nobody can change it. It's there. This person's up for parole, and I'm not for it, and her daughter's not for it. She had a granddaughter that was in the house the night that it happened, went to bed, 6 years old. When this person burst into the house, she didn't come out, thank God. Because with them with their guns in the hand, her come around that corner, I can't even imagine. I probably wouldn't be standing here today. They burst into the house, threw me on the floor. Gun behind the back of my head. Two people on me, one had a gun behind my head. Denise we had both ate, she would come out of the shower, nothing but a towel, thrown to the floor. On her stomach with a towel wrapped around her. Them people made the decision, and I'll utter the words again. This person, somebody's got to go. The other two perps that had already running out of the house, this person made the statement, somebody's got to go. And as Denise laid on the floor, begging for her life, begging for our life, we hadn't did anything, didn't know them, they didn't know us. He made a choice. And he put 5 bullets in her while she laid on her belly. And I'm laying just opposite direction of her. He made that decision. I can't imagine someone doing such a heinous, that kind of, never. They said did I just hear him say, brain's not fully developed until the 26th? I got my butt cracked when I was And I knew right from wrong from an early age. How come this person didn't? Or the people that are committing these crimes didn't? You can't tell me that a person doesn't know right from wrong. He had a choice. And he made it. And at this point right now, I don't see any, I can't see any reason at all that he should get more time. She didn't get a chance to see this, her oldest grandson, great-grandson graduate. He just graduated, who lives with me now. Her granddaughter lives out of state with her other children. She didn't get a chance to meet them. She never will. They've only seen pictures and heard us talk about her. That's it. This situation is 25. It's still stuck in my head to this day. I go through it periodically. I have a therapist a phone call away. That's where I'm at. I'm living, but that's all I can say is I'm living. This does not go away. I wish it could. It could, I wish it could. But it's not. And I don't know how this person feels about it. I'm sure we're gonna hear all kind of stories of what he feels. But that's where I'm at, that's where I stand on it. Thank you.
I appreciate your words. It is a lifetime of healing, and that trauma stays with you. But sir, you're strong. I appreciate you being here and facing him and telling him and the court how you feel. Thank you.
Thank you.
This next would be LaShawn Burns, which is the daughter of Denise McCall.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide you the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
Please spell your names for the record.
LaShawn Burns, LaShawn, Burns, BURNS.
John Hill, JOHNHILL.
Thank you. What would you like me to know?
Okay, Your Honor, thank you for allowing me to address the court today. Though I truly feel I should be not standing in front of you today. I mean, no disrespect, but here I am all because of an incident of a few years ago back. The individual before us was sentenced to life without parole. After the life he snatched was my mother's. To say or think his mind wasn't developed enough, or he didn't understand right from wrong, be assured, observed. And his sentence shouldn't be upheld. The situation is despicable, as stated. It angers me to my core. He was 20 years of age, 4 days from being 21. And I believe he consciously knew exactly what he was doing when he entered my mother's home. As his friends testified and told him, man, let's leave. He said someone's gotta die. As my mother laid there pleading for her life, to an avail, he still chose to pull his trigger. Not once, but multiple times, knowing that my mother had nothing to do with might have been going on and left her for dead, understanding exactly what the results would be for her. Those individuals involved who put the law into the books should feel ashamed. Surely, if I was their mother or family members, you would want the proper justice. With this law, the system has failed my family, my friends, but mainly my mother. If this man is released, what gives him the right to have a second chance at life when my mother didn't get a second chance? This poor excuse for a human being made sure of that on January 20, 1998. If this law analyzes was to be credible, how can we send 18-year-old children to war to fight for a country to defend our freedom as human beings? It's contradicting what the law is saying to our younger generation of children in society. Commit the crime, but you wouldn't have to do the time or pay the full consequences for your actions. These young unconscious boys walking around with murderous tendencies are the same reasons why the government don't want to see Black men have guns. So laws was placed in actions that limit them from having them because society will be scared understanding the history of the United States. This man, unalived a woman that meant the world to me. She was my best friend, my spiritual guidance, my moral brother, my God, because she gave me life. She was my everything a person could hope for. My daughter, who was also in the house at the time, was 6 years old. During that time of the home invasion, had to witness her grandmother lifeless. Our lives will never be the same again due to this man's reckless and heartless actions. And so I call undeveloped state of mind. My mother missed out on success in life, her granddaughter's milestones, graduations, and getting married and having 4 children of her own. Her great-grandchildren never got a chance to see the tree from which their existence started from. She would have filled them with love and support because that's just who she is, what she was about, and stood for in life. The evil person yeah.
I'm finish it for her, Your Honor.
That's okay.
This evil person took all that from her, and mainly us. So for that, he deserved to sit and rot right here, right where my mother's corpse is, at just different places. My mother is underground, and his is within the prison system. Besides, he had multiple infractions since the incarceration, and there's no signs of growth or to be rehabilitated. So to say he has seen the light only shows me that his mind still lies in the catacombs of darkness. And I understand that if the soul lies in darkness, sins will be committed. The guilty one is not the one that committed the sins, but the one that caused the darkness. I can't bring myself to see where he's changed, man. I can't buy into the philosophy that the laws are what determines a man to become civilized. We have gone through hell at the hands of a worthless man. Don't put this person back into society to affect us anymore or anyone else. Haven't my family been through enough without the system destroying the rest of our peace? So I asked the courts or the parole board to not release him at this moment. He doesn't deserve that and should pay the time for his crime. I mean, my mother did. And all our family is asking for is the equal amount of respect and justice she deserves. Thank you for your time, Your Honor, and your consideration in this matter.
Did you wish anything further to say on your behalf, sir?
Well, me personally, I wasn't there. I know the circumstances of the case and, you know, the evidence and stuff that exists within the case. Because, I mean, I've known her for over 40 years. So me and her have 2 different ideologies when it comes to the prison industry complex and how individuals are raised in it. Me, I've been incarcerated and I know it's hell. And I know this guy personally, grew up with him. So I'm not neutral in the situation because I'm with my girl. This is my love and it's nothing personal against him. But I mean, I just wish that men make conscious choices in life. I didn't know that the man had said those words, those painful words of somebody's gotta die. And then shot her 5 times. When Art made that statement, I got up and left the courtroom because it didn't take that. It didn't take that at all. And I really just, it hurts because her mother was a good woman. Good, very good woman. I tell her all the time. Had I not met you, I'd have met your mother, and me and Art would have been fighting. But, I'm joke like that. I just kid. But, I just don't, I go through it. I had to deal with the repercussions of the mental anguish that she has balled up inside of her by her mom not being present. And what people need to understand is that when you don't have your best friend there, it causes an imbalancement of the mind. And she's very, very upset. I'm not gonna say mad, because when you're mad, you have no faculty of consciousness. You just do things off instinct. You don't have no thought. You just act out, you lash out, you have no control. So she's not mad, but what I see in her is her being upset. And she's very upset. She's been upset for years because we knew that this day was coming. But like I told her, and she understands that laws change. And one thing she does believe in is nature takes its course. And the energy that you put out in due time, you will surely receive. As Jesus said, you reap what you sow. So I don't wish bad on nobody in this matter, but I hope and we pray that he went through the 3 stages of development, which is the animal stage, the human stage, and the divine stage. And when I say these stages, I'm talking about the level of consciousness to be able to not let this happen again. There's a lot to be said in this matter. There's no amount of words that I can express to really make people feel good, because it's not a good situation. Because I had to deal with this every day. All this for the past, 2 months of her knowing that this day right now sitting in front of you, Judge Aquilina, she's been having her ups and downs. I've been going through a lot of verbal lashings with her as a man, but I love her and I refuse to let her be by herself. So as I told her, if you got to go down that dark alley, I'm gonna hold your hand and walk with you. It's only right. If I sit up there and say I love you, but she gonna get through it. I'm gonna help her get through it. I just hope that the brother learned from his past actions. I don't wish no bad on nobody, and I don't wish no bad on you. I just hope that being in there 35 or 20 years, however long you've been in there, that you've grown to accept responsibility for your actions. And with that being said, Your Honor, do you have anything else?
Am I allowed to talk to him?
Sure.
What have you learned since you've been in there?
Well, I can ask him back.
Oh,
You can-
okay.
Yeah, you can tell me, you hope you learned something. All right.
Oh,
He'll have his moments, but
and reasons. My whole thing about this is you come into my mother's home to get who you want and didn't get them. And what was your reason? Because you got nothing out of this. You got nothing out of this. You killed somebody, you're doing prison time. So I want to know, what was the point in this? I've always wanted to know, what was your point? Nobody's ever told me what the point was. because you didn't get what you come for.
We know what the point was. He wanted to show that he was a big man with a bullet, holding a gun, and he took that power. We took his freedom.
Well, his freedom needs to be continually gone for a little longer.
Yeah.
Cause I don't think he needs to be out in society. That's just my opinion.
Judge Aquilina, what she is basically asking out of you, Ms. Aquilina, Judge Aquilina, is that she don't want to know why he did what he did. Because when a person uses the reason why, there's no logic in why. You just coming up with a justification for why. She wants to know the reason. And when you use reason, you're using logic, the ability to think before you react. So we want to know the reason why he did what it was he did, not why.
Understood. Well, let me just say, her mother found you for her. Your best friend found you another best friend.
No, I found him myself.
No. Your mother's still with you. She put a lot of good common sense into you, raising you, even though it was not as long as for what you would have liked. And she made you the human, the strong woman that you are, who makes good choices. And you two are a terrific team, and you honor your mother. Thank you for being here.
Yep, that's it.
Next.
That's all. Yeah.
Thank you, counsel. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think the biggest factor you need to consider on this resentencing is the age of the defendant at the time he committed this crime. He wasn't 17, he wasn't 18, he wasn't 19, he wasn't 20. He was 20 years and 11 months, 30 days before he turned 21. 30 days, 31 days, we wouldn't be in this situation that we're in today. So please consider that when you decide the sentencing. But also, most importantly, you should consider what occurred on this date when he chose at age 20 and 11 months, made a conscious decision to execute Denise McCall. And you've heard the facts, you've read them. The defendant and his co-defendants broke in to rob the victim's son, wearing masks and having guns. She was completely innocent bystander in this case, so was Art. She comes out of the shower, her son runs, the two co-defendants chase after him. This defendant chose to stay with his firearm, placed Denise McCall on her stomach, pistol whip Art, and then say somebody's got to go. And then shoots her 5 times in the back of the head. That's an execution. 25 years, not enough time on this case. He was on parole when he committed the crime. Over 25 years in prison, he's had 26 misconducts. You know, when I called Art out of the blue, doesn't know me from Adam, and had to have this discussion with him and LaShawn, you could hear Art's voice shaking, crying. Thought this was over. Although he lives with it every day, he thought he'd never have to come back and do this. And told me that he still sees a psychologist to this day for these issues because he was there when his fiance was brutally murdered, and he was almost murdered as well, Judge. He's lucky to be alive and here today. Again, 25 years is not appropriate for this. And so I'm going to ask again under the Snow factors for the protection of society, punishment of the offender, and deterrence of others. I'm going to address this in a different way. I'm going to ask for 40 years, but that's on count 1, which is the murder charge, with the credit of 8484. So that excludes the 2 years he's already done on the felony firearm. If you see on page 2, they gave him a total credit for the days he's already done the felony firearm.
I was going to ask you about that because it didn't address the homicide was count 3, and then the felony firearm was count 4, and it's got the 2 years, but they didn't address it in the recommendations. So it would be, so you've already subtracted the 48 months. I'm sorry, 48, 24, I'm sorry, that 24 months, sorry.
Yeah, so I could either argue it, give him 42 years, but he gets the credit for 2 years he's already done, or I could argue give him the 40 years minus the 2 years. So I'm going to say 40 years on count 3 with the credit for 8484.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yes, but he still has to do the 2 years.
conceptually, he's already done it, because he has to serve that first, and then now he starts to do his other.
Yes,
stuff.
but it still needs a sentence to it.
And so that's what I asked for.
I got it, thanks. Counsel? Is there anyone who wishes to address the court in regard to your client?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Your Honor, as the court's aware, when we're assigning these cases, we provided discovery. And I reviewed this case, and my immediate thoughts were towards the victims, towards the family. I have friends that knew I was assigned this case that are not attorneys. And they asked, how do you do that? How do you stand in front of the court and say that this man who executed somebody should be able to have a chance to have his life back? Well, Judge, I respectfully disagree with the prosecutor in his talk about these 7 judges earlier today, these 7 judges who rewrite law. That's the very basis of our society. It's the very basis of our society, of our Constitution, of the Michigan Constitution, of Article 1, Section 16. We have checks and we have balances. Sometimes people who elect our legislators think of one thing, and it is this punishment aspect. And certainly it's within the court's discretion today to only focus on the one section there. And again, when I went to meet Mr. Williams, I was shocked by the man I met. This is not somebody who sat by idly. And yes, it's absolutely true. He does have some infractions. 26, I believe, that were counted. Being out of place multiple times. Not doing exactly what you're told to do immediately. Disobeying some orders, refusing to take a drug test in the early days of his incarceration when he was still a young man, when he was still around 24 years old, some of these things. But Your Honor, they also talk in here about the numerous things that he has done in the interim. Taking male responsibility, parole and communication.
What was that one?
Communication, sorry.
Okay,
On my left.
it's okay.
Parenting from a distance, grief and gratitude, the list goes on, Judge. And not all of these are things that started around the time of Miller. Some of these things date back to 2015, 2020, getting his GED, enrolling in college, trying to do better for himself. This is not an individual before you today that was in that house on that day back in 2020. It's the same person, but it's not the same man. I'm a major proponent of HYTA. And we know the reason it exists. It exists because the science shows that up to about the age of 26, your frontal lobes haven't finished developing, that you're still youthful, that you make these bad decisions, that you don't fully consider the consequences of your actions. I'm not here to condone Mr. Williams 2020. I'm sorry, 2000, I apologize. The 25 years ago, Mr. Williams. I'm here today to say, Judge, that that's not this guy. And I strenuously urge my clients to be in front of you in person for sentencing. But he didn't want to try and cause further delay to the family members who wanted to be here. He didn't want to try and cause further delay to the courts on this resentencing. So he wanted to push forward today, which is why we're here. Judge, I think that there is an appropriate sentence for him. And I don't think that it requires you to go to the full maximum, almost basically amounts to a Tanner max on the case. I think that the 25 years, the 30 years even would be appropriate in this matter with his felony firearm as well. This is an adult man before you who has grown up, who helps others now, and who wants to get out and try to talk to young men about his actions, about what he had done, about how much he has changed, and try and set people on a better path. I don't make excuses for him, Judge. I just explained that that youthfulness of him is, as Mr. Dwayne said, one of the primary factors the court should look to. And the last time I checked, I go by my age. I go by my age. I don't go by my age. I'm not 18-month-old baby. We count your age, and he was 20 years old. Was he 21? No. Was he close? Certainly. Quite frankly, Your Honor, I would be pleased to stand in front of you with the legislator or the Supreme Court or the United States Supreme Court or to change the law and say that we agree with Haida. It should be 25. Because that's when your brain finishes developing. And that's why they found it to be cruel and unusual. And they found that it was something that we needed to come back and address these situations with these juveniles. To allow them to be before the court and have a chance at resentencing to something other than livestock parole. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Sir, what would you like me to know?
Can I address the victim's family?
Well, you certainly may. There are questions that they would like, including what have you learned and what was the reason you did what you did to their mother, to their fiance, to their friend.
Can I read something I prepared for them first? Then we can get to the question. The question and answer.
Sure.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can. Just go at a pace like you're reading to a 5-year-old, because sometimes with Zoom, there's a delay. So just read at a reasonable speed, okay?
Okay. I'm sitting here digesting everything that the McCall family said today. I just want to acknowledge and provide some validation for their raw emotions and warranted feelings that you both have. I hear you loud and clear, and I'm sorry for the sorrow and grief that I've caused you both. I never intended to participate in reopening a wound that would never ever fully heal. Not a day goes by without me thinking about the cause and effect of my actions. I take full responsibility for taking Denise McCall's life, and I want to sincerely apologize from the bottom of my heart. Regretfully, death is final, and unfortunately, I can't bring your loved one back into existence. I took her life, and in turn, I am currently paying my debt to society in the form of serving this life without parole sentence. If I had one wish, I would go back and change the hands of time on that fatal January night. Expressing my thoughts is weighing heavy on my heart and on my mind. Regretfully, I made countless mistakes throughout my childhood, transitioning right into my adolescent years. I was indoctrinated with a criminal mindset by influences outside of my household. I was living my life with a myopic view, tunnel vision, closed-mindedness, and susceptible to being influenced and manipulated by my peers. Drugs, alcohol, and being severely uneducated by only having a sixth grade education spearheaded my bad decision-making. I'm not trying to make excuses or trying to justify my actions. I'm simply trying to provide some much needed insight to my mind state back then. I was young, naive, misguided, immature, living my life with a reckless abandonment, with no regard for human life before I caused this tragic incident. I know Miss McCall did not deserve to have her life taken, and I know that it wasn't worth it. I regret taking her life every day because it was senseless. A momentary lapse in judgment by me has caused Miss McCall's family a lifetime of pain, hurt, grief, and uncertainty. I don't want to keep harping on my troublesome past. So the question is, how much time is really enough time when it comes to taking a life? I'm not looking for sympathy or forgiveness from the McCall family. You both had a right to feel a certain way when it comes to your sorrow, grief, and death. And I can empathize with your plight. I truly am sorry for the trauma that I caused Ms. McCall's family for all of those years. I remember during my sentencing in 2000, Ms. Burns stated she wished Michigan had the death penalty because I deserved to spend the rest of my life in prison, and that my family should be ashamed to have me as a son, a brother, a father, or even a friend. And I want you to know that I could feel your hurt and pain. Those words still resonate with me today. And those words is the major reason why I decided to invoke change into my life. Martin Luther King Jr. said, "Judge him by his character and not by the color of his skin." So in the context for this resentencing hearing, I ask you to judge me by the character of the man that's sitting here today before you, and not by the young, immature boy that I was when I committed this crime 27 years and 10 months ago. I made a conscious decision to change my life way before the Michigan Supreme made a decision to give lifers a second chance. I refuse to let a momentary lapse in judgment define who I am today as a man. I'm trying to right my wrong in the form of seeking redemption. And I mean no harm and or disrespect by what I'm about to say. I refuse to let Denise McCall's death be in vain. I have a duty and an obligation to let her memory vicariously live on through my actions. And that's why I created the Denise McCall Foundation. Let me expound on what I'm saying by explaining the purpose of this nonprofit organization. DMF stands for the Denise McCall Foundation. It's a strategic implementation for change, providing assistance for those families that lost a loved one from gun violence. Our mission was sympathy for Michigan families that were victimized by gun violence. The DMF serves as a vanguard of our community, helping to prevent injustice, providing alternative methods to inspire and ensure upliftment.
Hold on,
Just one moment.
let's just, they gotta
There was
get
just some
settled.
commotion here, so I need you, the court reporter is gonna tell you where to pick up from, all right? And I need everybody to be quiet.
Just people coming in. Our mission was sympathy for Michigan families that were victimized by gun violence. The DMF serves as a
Vanguard of our community, helping to prevent injustice, providing alternative methods to inspire and ensure upliftment, administering support for a multitude of grieving families. What we intend to accomplish? DMF is a nonprofit organization with highly effective and motivated volunteers seeking to prevent and cure unjustifiable gun violence, attempting to safeguard and afford a safe haven for families, donating support in any way, shape, or form towards worthy causes, therapeutic support, family group sessions, on-call therapists, and 24-hour hotline, financial expenses, assistance with funeral costs, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, redemption initiative, corresponded with prisoners to obtain certain understandings, awareness, foresight, forgiveness, and closure. The Vanguard team, problem solving, guidance for social, economical, political, and spiritual guidance. And the annual ball, which will be a yearly celebration of life for the countless victims that lost their lives. A platform for victims' family to have a voice. Everything that I'm saying is sincere. I had to change myself from the inside out. When I got rid of my criminal thinking patterns, it started in my heart. Once I assimilated my beliefs in my heart, it transitioned to my mind. And once I was able to develop a mindset, it's now available to transform into my actions. I value human life. And I'm at a point in life where using violence is my last resort. I only use violence in self-defense, period. I've worked tirelessly, nonstop, around the clock to become a better man than I was the day before. I'm now setting an example that my family can be proud of. I have equipped myself with the necessary tools needed to be a productive member of society. I used to be a liability, and now I pride myself on being an asset. I spent so many years tearing down the community, and now I'm asking for a chance to utilize that same effort, time, and energy to uplift the same community that I destroyed for countless years. I'm sorry for taking Denise McCall's life, and I want to display my gratitude for the court even allowing me to speak today. Thank you.
So, sir,
Yeah.
I was asked to ask you a question. I don't know that you can answer. What is the reason you killed her? That you said someone has to die and you fired 5 bullets into her. Do you know the answer?
I still don't know why. Feeling like I had like a out-of-body experience or something. Because I love women. I still don't understand why the events that took place that day happened. But I know I take responsibility for it. And I'm not the same person that I was when I was 20 years old. That's why I enrolled in college. Trying to better myself as a man. That's why I facilitate male responsibility classes. And I know it's hard. I never expected no decision like this to come down. But I had to do everything in my power to better myself as a man. Hoping my actions is showing that. I understand their concerns. I don't even know who I was back then. I still look in the mirror and do self-reflections.
Well, you need to do that for your lifetime. The Supreme
Absolutely.
Court did not give us judges deference to the record that was made, what the jury found. So we have to revisit this. And sir, I've read your record. I've read what the court did and what happened in the past. And this was not a case of self-defense. It was not what you, I think, claim is a momentary lapse. It was not a spur of the moment decision. It was a calculated choice. And when you broke in that home, when you acted as you did, and you said to your co-defendants, somebody had got to go, and you pull that trigger not once, not twice, not 3 times or 4 times, but 5 times in her head and upper body. That was a calculated choice where you decided to commit homicide, execution style. And while it is admirable that now you, through your reflection and to make amends, there's a foundation that you created in her name, it doesn't bring her back, and it doesn't bring back the heinousness, the calculated homicide of a good woman, a mother, someone who contributed every single day positively to this community. This was an intentional, premeditated act that the law speaks to. And because you were a few days or a month shy of being 21, I'm put in the position of resentencing you. As to count 2, which is the felony firearm, you will serve 2 years consecutively within preceding, and you've already served those. So those 2 years you receive 730 days credit for. That leaves me with the sentencing on count 3, where you will serve 40 to 80 years with credit for 8,484 days. This addresses the snow factors. It deals with punishment, rehabilitation, deterrence, and protection of society. It is not lost on me, sir, but prior to the ultimate homicidal murder that you chose, you had 10 felonies, and actually there were more because those are just the convictions. This was an escalation. And I wish some adults, somebody had intervened, but no one did. And I believe you spent a couple of years in a juvenile facility and still didn't learn. You were not ready or willing to learn then. I am hopeful with what you've done and what you continue to do incarcerated, that the learning will continue, the rehabilitation will continue, and that you will, when you're released, continue doing good things in the world. I find that this sentence is proportional, given the nature of the offense and the severity of it. Counsel, are you going to mail him his appellate rights and send us a notice?
I will, Your Honor.
Sir, you have 42 days to appeal and to request appellate counsel. Is there anything else I need to address on behalf of the people?
Judge, I believe you may have misspoke. You said 40 to 80. I think it's 40 to 60. 60 is the
I'm
max.
sorry, 40 to 60, yes.
Thank you, Judge.
40 to 60, yeah, I'm sorry. I was reading something else and yeah, 40 to 60, and then it's 8,484 days credit.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just to clarify, you said count 2, Your Honor. I think you meant count 4 on the felony firearm was 24 months.
Yes, it's actually, they wrote it, yeah. It's count 4, the way it was written. There are 2 counts, but it's count 3 and count 4, which would have been on the felony information, but there are 2 counts, so. Count 4 is the felony firearm, which would be the 2 years consecutively with the proceeding, which he gets the 730 days credit, which is already served, so we're really focusing on count 3.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
And your mail, you will send us a proof of service
Yes, Your Honor.
of the appellate rights. Sir, you'll be getting your appellate rights in the mail, and you have 42 days to appeal and to request appellate counsel. Thank you, that is all for the record.
May we approach real quick?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I think we're ready to go.
All right, this is docket 17114 FC, people of the state of Michigan versus Marcel Davis. Counsel, your appearances for the record.
Thank you, John Wayne, on behalf of people of the state of Michigan.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Steve Cornish on behalf of Mr. Davis, who's in court and seated to my left.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes,
Thank you. Put your hand down. Have you taken any medication yesterday or today?
yes,
Is it anything that would interfere in your ability to understand the court or your attorney?
no,
Is there medication you're supposed to be on that you're not on?
no,
Any sign of fever, COVID, or other illness?
no,
And have you had enough time to speak with your attorney in regard to the resentencing?
yes,
Have you had an opportunity to go over the pre-sentence investigation report?
yes.
Thank you. On behalf of the people, any corrections, additions, deletions?
People have none.
On behalf of the defendant?
But just the issue again, Your Honor, it's on,
Oh,
I think, 4 or 5 locations. They spelled my name with the E's that were eight.
all right, that would be the basic information sheet, cover sheet, probably the evaluation plan, correct that.
Thank you, Your
And
Honor.
then you are appointed, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, I think that is correct.
It is. All right, I don't see it under evaluation plan. I've got the other ones though. All right. On behalf of the people, do we have anyone who wishes to address the court?
Yes, Your Honor, we have approximately 4 people who would like to address the court.
Thank you.
First would be Ronnie Wilsey, who'd like to read a statement to you.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. Put your hand down. What would you like to state your name for the record?
My name is Ronnie Wiltie, RONNIE WILISE.
What would you like me to know?
I just want to apologize in advance if I,
No apologies needed, ma'am. Take your time. Okay.
I just want to start off by saying, Matthew was like a brother to me. He was my best friend. I actually lost both of my real brothers during our friendship. My younger brother was actually his best friend, and that's how we became friends. And so when I lost my younger brother, he was really there for me the whole time. I mean, just an ear to listen to. Never once did I feel like his remorse wasn't sincere or his kindness wasn't genuine. I'll just read because it's so hard. The day he was murdered was the day I lost another brother. I had already lost 2 brothers, but now I have lost a best friend as well. My kids lost another uncle. Throughout the 15 years of him being part of my life, I've watched him go through so much, more than any one person should. Despite that, he was always trying to help his family and loved ones. He had a heart that is hard to find nowadays. The world has become so cruel and money hungry. How much is a human's life worth anymore? I could never put a price on his life and his impact on others' lives. Apparently, his murderer did. He did put a price on his life and took it without any remorse. I sat in the courtroom that day, and not once did I see, feel, or hear any remorse from anyone involved or the family as well. As a matter of fact, on several occasions, we, the victim's family and friends, were harassed and threatened right in front of the courthouse as well as in the hallway. None of them cared, not the murderer, not his family. You may not know it, but when Matthew was about 16 years old, he lost his father. By then, he was already on his own. By 17, maybe 18 years old, he lost another one of his best friends. His friend had a little brother, and despite his friend not being alive anymore, he still made sure he was part of his little brother's life. He would go to his brother's birthday parties, he would bring him gifts, he would take him out for dinner, just to let him know that, he mattered and that his brother was still remembered. He was later there for me each time I lost a brother. Nothing could ever be worth taking his life for me. And for so many others, he was truly priceless. Everyone involved with his murder should have been charged. Unfortunately, I feel justice was never truly served to all who deserved it in the matter. Now, the thought of one of them walking the same streets as me doesn't sit well. It makes me feel sick to my stomach to think it's even possible. But yet here we are dealing with the reality of the possibility that one of his murderers might soon be free to enjoy his family, free to be whatever he wants, free to harm anyone else's family. I feel the murderer and his family should be shown the same kindness and treatment that they've shown us. None. No remorse, no sympathy, no empathy, no love, no sorrow. Just cold. To watch a murderer go free, especially when the wounds are still so painful, and I feel like we just went through this, and to have to go through this again, it's just so traumatic on all of us. I mean, it's like reliving this whole thing over again. What message will we give his murderer? What message will future murderers receive? A man's life is worth less than 10 years in prison as long as you're young and you can get away with it. What message does it send to the family of the victims that their loved ones don't matter, they don't deserve justice, the system will eventually fail them? I ask you to please consider the impact it will have on the victim's family who have already suffered enough. This month alone is especially hard for all of us who love Matt. It's a reminder of the painful day he died. It's a reflection on the Thanksgiving that we were supposed to have with him. The one no one wanted to eat because we were all crying. Every year we have sorrow in our hearts when we gather for what should be a celebration of family, and Matthew is not there. He was supposed to make the macaroni and cheese that year. He made the best macaroni and cheese ever. And now I don't even want macaroni and cheese because it's just a reminder to me, and it might be something small to the rest of you, but to me it's something that I can never truly enjoy again. It's not about the food itself, but it's about the fact I'll never see him again. I'll never be able to have my best friend, my brother, who would listen to me regardless if I was complaining or grieving. I will never hear his laughter again. Man, did he have the best life ever. He was a great uncle to all of his nieces and nephews, including my own children. I just know he would have been an excellent father. Unfortunately, his life was taken too soon. But yet one of the murderers who took away all of this from him might have the chance to have his own family and carry on as if Matthew's life never mattered, as if as if he could be replaced. I simply ask you, do you feel that the time served fits the punishment of his crime? Do you feel it makes up for the life taken, the grief that the family's still grieving? How would you feel knowing a person who had part of your brother's murder would only spend a small amount of the time for his crime? I appreciate your time and reflection on this matter. And I just really just ask that, I mean, I don't wish pain on anybody. I never would. I mean, I'm a very caring person. I'm always there for people when they need me. And Matthew was the same way, you know, I mean, he made bad decisions like anybody else did, but he never deserved to die. I mean, and I don't think anybody that doesn't have the heart to show remorse or even acknowledge the fact that what he did was wrong or that he was even guilty of the matter should deserve a second chance. I mean, how could you be so cold? Thank you,
I
guys.
know you were there through the trial, and I can't imagine, this is probably like deja vu, how difficult this is.
It is,
So,
it's really difficult.
I appreciate you being here and honoring your brother, but I have to tell you, and I want you to think about this. I want that mac and cheese. I am sure it's probably triggering. Why don't you flip the script on that and have it trigger you in a good way? Because I bet your brother's saying, I want some of that mac and cheese, let's eat some of that. And remember his laughter and saying, aren't you glad you ate it now?
Yeah.
So,
He probably would definitely be talking crap to me.
yeah, so why don't you flip the script on that and make it a happy event instead of a triggering one? You know, that would be tough, but I think he would want to be remembered in every way, and our 5 senses are important, and you've used those, but let's turn them into joy because he's living on inside you and with you every day. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for listening.
Judge, I know Ronnie sent this to me, and I don't know if it got to the court's file, but I asked Mr. Ring if he could make a copy for the court file.
Certainly.
Thank you. Judge, the next person I'd like to address the court, I believe, is Matthew's sister, Michelle Smith. Oh, and the other sister, Melissa, is here as well, as gonna want to address the court as well at some point.
Hey, take your time, please raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth and nothing but perjury?
Yes. Yes.
Please state and spell your names.
Michelle Smoke.
Melissa Smoke. I'm Matthew's older sister. November 21st, 2016, was a date that I would never forget. It was the last day my brother was alive. You took him from me. You took no accountability. You came into court smiling today, waving at your family. I would never get to experience that, ever. You know how I get to see my brother? I get to watch videos on Facebook that he made. You know how I talk to him? I talk him in the sky. That's how I get to communicate with my brother. I communicated with my brother every day. Every day he was there for us. We were there for him. My sister is here with me now. We were always there for each other. I no longer have him. Can't talk, I'm sorry.
It's okay, it's okay.
We lost our father when I was 14 and Matthew was 16. And it's been us 4. We have another brother who can't be here as well because he can't
Control his emotions.
not control his emotions.
He won't be able to handle himself if it was a face.
And that says a
The
lot.
murderer of my brother.
That says a lot because my brother is one of the most calm, cool, collected people in the world. The loss that we face is unimaginable. Matthew was a bright light in this world. And everybody who came in contact with him and knew him would tell you that themselves. He shined brighter than any hardship we face. And that also says a lot in this world today. And Matthew also was a person who would take accountability if he did wrong. He would own up. He would have heart to say, I did this, I messed up. And he would own it. Marcel Davis never did that. To this day, he never owns up to his mistake. The biggest one of his life that he refuses to own up to. And I think that this whole law is supposed to be about owning up, taking accountability. Because if you can't take accountability, you can't be rehabilitated, because you're not gonna ever say, oh, I did this, so I'm gonna make the changes necessary to be better. I don't believe that Marcel Davis will ever be better. Not in 30 years, not in 40 years. I don't believe that he will ever be better. And I think that that should be the biggest thing that you should take into your mind today when you sentence him again. And that's all.
Again, I thank you both for coming. I know the trial, remember the trial.
The love for our brother is what brought us here. We wanted to show everybody how much he was loved.
Well, he knew it when he was alive, he knew it during the trial, and he knows it now. He stands with you. We continue to honor him.
I actually saw a therapist after my brother because I couldn't deal with it. It almost broke me. But therapy helped me a lot. And now I'm in my master's program for becoming a licensed school psychologist.
Well, and that honors him. I know your brother doesn't want you to live in sadness. You need to live the best lives you can for yourself, but also for him, and know that you're doing that for him and for you.
Yes.
Thank you for being here and for your strength. Counsel?
Judge, I believe the last person is Shirley Smoke, who's Matthew's mother, and I believe she's on Zoom. I just don't know who she is on Zoom. If she's iPhone or what, so maybe you can ask.
Ms. Smoke, are you on Zoom? If you could. Can you let them?
Yeah, they have the ability to.
Okay, if you can unmic yourself and if we can see you. There are two that I can't, there's an iPhone and there's a Motorola. I don't know. Do you want to text her or call her?
She just did.
And I think she just downloaded the app last night. I don't think she's familiar with how to do this, so just give us a second.
Okay,
If not, we can put her on the phone maybe.
that's fine. I could call her, she can call me.
Want to speak over the phone? Okay. Fine. Let
I'm gonna give my phone. Okay.
Judge, I'm gonna approach the bench for the record with a cell phone with, I believe, Shirley Smoke is on.
Okay,
She'll identify herself and then she can speak.
all right. Ma'am, can you hear us?
Hello?
Yes, can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm.
Please state and spell your name.
I just want to say,
Okay,
Just a second, Shirley, you gotta state your name for the record.
Shirley Smoke,
SHIRL, is it Y or EY?
yes,
Which one? Do you know?
EY.
EY, okay. And ma'am, do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
yes.
All right, thank you for being here. If you could just keep your voice up. You may proceed, what would you like me to know?
Like I said, this is this guy.
Hey, Shirley, you're gonna have to slow down so that they're making a record, so just take your time.
Okay, it's hard.
I understand.
I can't believe that we have to go through this all over again. It's both taking so long. He took my son from me. He gets to see his son. I don't get to see my son ever again. It hurts so bad. And he doesn't give me anything. He doesn't apologize or nothing. They smoked the first time, smiling at us. I don't get it. I just don't get it. I'm sorry, this is so hard to put me through this, me and my kids all over again, all over. That's all I have to say. I'm sorry, I can't speak anymore.
Ma'am, don't apologize. I know you're upset. I know you loved your son and he was taken from you too short and I know you sat through the trial and it's hard to come back and revisit it. I do appreciate you being here and I know your son is proud of you. Thank you for being here. Counsel?
Thank you, Judge. Just a couple of things to point out. As you know, you were the trial judge on this case approximately 9 years ago. Also in the courtroom is Kayla Crino, the original prosecutor on this case. And I'm not sure if you guys tried this twice or just once, but I know you're familiar with the facts. But the one thing I think similar to the last case I want to point out is again, the defendant's age. Unlike the last one where the defendant was 30 days before turning 21, this defendant was 7 days before turning 21. So 7 days before turning 21, he commits this murder. And you know the facts. To me, it was a drug robbery gone bad outside the dispensary, and Matthew was shot in the back. A couple things I want to address in the pre-sentence report. I'm just going to read this into the record. Page 1, updated report investigation. The defendant indicated that he has not completed any programming since being incarcerated. He's been incarcerated for 9 years and hasn't availed himself to one thing in prison. The defendant declined to make any comments regarding the instance offense. It's my understanding he takes no responsibility, denies he was even there, Your Honor, despite a jury of 12 convicting him beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant's adjustment in prison can be noted as poor. The defendant has 13 misconducts, including 10 class 1 misconducts. Further down, through internal investigation, it was determined that the prisoner was involved in a scheme to have contraband smuggled into the facility. The investigation was turned over to the Michigan State Police. This is the second time the prisoner has been part of a smuggling plot. Indicates his childhood was good. Good. This isn't somebody that was beaten or abused. He's self-reported his childhood was good, free of any abuse or neglect. Page 2. As an adult, the defendant was charged with police officer R&O, assault with a dangerous weapon, felony firearm, Defendant was sentenced to Haida prison for those cases. I don't know if that was your case, Judge, or not, but he was sentenced to Haida prison. He was released from Haida prison on September 25th, 2016. And just 2 months later, getting out of Haida prison, he commits a murder. Also, the defendant was not truthful with regard to his substance abuse in this pre-sentence report. I'll note again, the defendant was shy of his 21st birthday when he committed this crime of murder. Further, the defendant has had a continued pattern of criminal behavior while in prison. He is involved in numerous he's been involved in the criminal justice system since he was 11 years old and been offered extensive programming. Again, the offense occurred 57 days following his release from prison. It is unlikely any programming could adequately rehabilitate the defendant to safely return him to the public. Again, I'll point out that he's taken no responsibility for this crime. He's shown no remorse, not at trial, not at last sentencing, apparently not here today. Family has been harassed by his family. Even today, they were harassed. And so, under the Snow factors, again, protection of society, punishment of the offender, and deterrence of others, you can imagine I'm going to ask that you sentence him on the homicide case to 40 years for credit for 252,530 days. I do not believe that 9 years in prison is justified in this type of murder, especially one that you know the facts of because you were the trier or you were the judge that presided over this case. And the fact that he's taken no responsibility, the fact that he's availed to no programming in prison and shown no remorse. So again, I ask for 40 years with credit for 2530. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna have a defendant.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's my understanding Mr. Davis's mom would like to speak, Ms. Pfeiffer.
All right. Do you need a chair, ma'am? Are you okay standing or should I?
I'll be all right standing.
Okay. Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. Put your hand down. Please state and spell your name for the record.
Tynesha Piper, TYNESIA, PHIFER.
Thank you. What would you like me to know?
Marcel, I don't think he did it. I think he's been in there long enough, because we don't even know who did it. He just had convicted on it. So, what's wait. But see, she, sorry, I was sick.
It's okay. Take your time.
I have to say that I don't think Marcel did this anyways. To be so what, it's been 9 years in there. Why do we have to do more time?
Ma'am, I'm really sorry for your loss. But I sat through the trial and I heard the evidence the same as the jury did. And I can tell you, and your son's attorney can tell you, most of the attorneys in this community will tell you that if I think someone should be resentenced, they've been wrongly charged, there's a problem, I'm the first person to toss it over the objection of many often. And I've been appealed for doing that. But man, I sat here and I listened to the evidence. And I think the jury got it right. And I appreciate, as a mother, believing in your child. But your child has a criminal history that is not good, and that escalated to the homicide of another young man. So I've heard your words, but man, 9 years is not enough. The young man he murdered cannot go home to his family, cannot eat mac and cheese with them, cannot celebrate the holidays, cannot talk to them.
Up as loud as your car.
And so I understand your loss and what you're saying, but that is not justice. That's a mother's wish, and I can't grant your wish today, and I'm very sorry for you, ma'am. I appreciate you being here for your son. I hope he does. Thank you. Counsel, what would you like me to know?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, like some of the other sentencings on these matters that I've taken on, Your Honor, I'd like to just really talk about Mr. Davis's age. He was 20 years old when this occurred. And I get that he was almost 21, but he was 20 years old when this occurred. And Mr. Davis, as the court is aware, as his mother has spoken, as the family of victims have spoken today, still to this day maintains his innocence.
Still to this day, what?
Maintains his innocence. I didn't sit through that trial. I wasn't here. I have received and reviewed the discovery. I may have tried it a different way. I don't know. I can't go back and rewrite time, Judge. I would point out that he is still extremely young with zero hope until this recent line of cases came down. Until the Supreme Court of the state of Michigan said, no, wait, we will give you an extra chance. And I'd also point out that it looks like he received the resentencing primarily on the homicide count, which I neglected to correct the record earlier on the PSI, and I apologize, Judge. I believe that was count 1, not count 4, as the PSI indicates. And count 2 was the armed robbery, with count 4 being the felony firearms.
So count 1 was the homicide, count 2 is the armed robbery, count, well, is it correct, count 6 was the weapons felony firearm?
I believe it was count 4. That's what the original PSI said.
Okay. Okay,
I'm going off that, so, and the
yeah, and I didn't
complaint
double check
information.
that, so thank you.
That having been said, Your Honor, a plain reading of the statute 769.25 doesn't indicate that even with this resentencing, my client would go home today. Your Honor, the lowest, I believe the court by law can do is 25 years, not 9, it's 25. And that is in regards to the homicide, the whole lot. So my reviewing of that would mean 27 with the felony firearm count, or sometime around the year 2048. 2048 is not 2025. And that's my immediate on the spot math in 2016. We're looking at 29.5 years on the armed robbery plus 2 is where I came up with, I believe, the 2048. For a crime that my client maintains that he wasn't the one that did it. I think that getting the opportunity to come before the court, getting the opportunity to not be facing life without the possibility of parole would be an eye-opening experience for anybody, including my client. And that would give him an opportunity to do better. I reviewed the same exact infractions that Mr. Dwayne reviewed, the same exact actions of being in the MDOC, and I cannot put myself in his shoes. I've never been to prison or incarcerated for anything, Judge. I can't imagine it's easy, especially as a young man, looking at never getting out and doing what it takes to survive in that situation. But knowing that there's a light at the end of the tunnel, Judge, would give him that opportunity to do better. And so I would ask this court to consider going on to the lower end side. But I think that the 29.5 for the armed robbery that I appeared from the original PSI was what he was achieved. Seems appropriate with the 2 years as opposed to 40 years plus 2. So I would ask the court to run those at the same time and at the same amount. Thank you, Judge.
Sir, what would you like me to know?
You know, like, all of them, everybody coming up here speaking on, I haven't done that since I've been in prison. When you sentence to life without parole, they don't offer no programs. Only program they offer me is a job. I got paperwork right here to show you. When you go to a new facility, only thing they offer for you is get a job. Other than that, there's nothing else. So if it say don't fit my criteria, no other program. And like I told them at his sentencing, yeah, I'm sorry for what happened to him, but I'm not gonna admit to nothing that I didn't do. Regardless of you got your opinion, just like they got their opinion. They feel like I did, you feel like I did. However it go. That's not what happened. That's why I'm still maintaining my innocence when it comes to this. Now I am sympathetic about the situation because somebody did die, but I'm not gonna admit to nothing I didn't do.
And I appreciate that. I heard the evidence, sir. I listened to that trial. I have to agree with the jury. I appreciate you maintain your innocence, and there's a path to fight that.
Can I say something else?
Sure.
He's not the only victim in this crime either. Like, out of those 10 misconducts, half of them was fights. He got people that love him too. I've been getting attacked in prison too. So he's not the only victim in this crime.
Prison's tough. That's why we follow the law, so we don't end up there.
It still doesn't make it right.
It doesn't make it right. If you're having problems, we have a prisoner ombudsman, we have the warden, there are things that can be done. You let me know, I'll call the warden. But meanwhile, we have to deal with this resentencing.
Yes.
Prior to this crime, sir, you had quite the juvenile history. 6 times you were in front of a judge. You were sent to Camp Highfields, and there were a number of felony charges, and you were sent to Lakeside Academy probation. There were lots of times that you were given chances. You then become an adult and you go to higher prison. You then have assault with intent to create bodily harm, less than murder, higher prison. I mean, the escalation here is foreseeable that something like this would happen. You didn't avail yourself of many, 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 many services that were offered to you. You made conscious decisions to continue to violate the law. And you put yourself in circumstances that were not safe, you put others in circumstances that were not safe, and you did not honor your family and your community. Looking at these SNO factors, punishment, rehabilitation, deterrence, and protection of society, is a decision of this court that you will serve 420 months, which is 35 years, to 60 years on count 1 and count 2, which will run together, concurrent. However, it's consecutive to and so on that you receive, on those 2 counts, you receive 2,530 days. On count 4, you serve 24 months. And that has already been served. That's the weapons, felony, firearm that must be served consecutively and preceding. And so you've already served that, and that's where you get the credit for 730 days, which then gives you the full credit of the 3,260 days that you've served. You need to avail yourself of the services, both when you're eligible, trade school, GED, cognitive therapy. You're good for you. Congratulations. You should take whatever classes you can.
I'm enrolled in college.
Very good. Need some anger management.
Got that too.
Good, so you are getting services.
Yes,
Well,
some of them, but like I say, you can look at this paper, it say I don't fit the
all right.
criteria.
What else would you like me to recommend? Any other classes you want?
I take all of them. You can
Great.
recommend everything that's on there.
I'll recommend everything.
Thank you.
Great. Send a message, so we got a willing individual who wants to take every class available. You have 42 days to appeal to request appellate counsel. On behalf of the people, is there anything else I need to address?
No, just to clarify, 35 on the minimum, and 60 on the maximum for the homicide.
Yeah, and then the 2 years.
Thank you.
No, you're already giving that form to my client.
Thank you. You acknowledge receiving your appellate rights?
Huh?
Do you acknowledge receiving your appellate rights?
Yes.
Great, thank you. That's all for the record.
Thank you. I'm gonna recess.
Sure.
Thank you all, man.
Love you, Marcelo.
Love y'all.
See you soon. I'll talk to you tomorrow. All right.
Oh my God.
Yep. Correct that. And you were appointed, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Changing the Stevens to a PH. All right, I've changed it on the basic information sheet and the cover page. I don't see it anywhere else. Any other corrections?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you. On behalf of the people, is there anyone who wishes to address the court?
Judge, yes, the mother of Nicholas Jones, who's the deceased, Luella Fields, along with Nicholas's sister Kiana Fields, would like to approach and make a statement.
Thank you. Thank you. Please raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth and the
Yes.
penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Could you each please state and spell your name for the record?
Luella Fields, Luella, Fields.
Okay, F-I what?
Fields. Yes. Kiana Fields, Keyanifields.
Thank you. Frank, could you just microphone closer to me? So take your time.
Your Honor, it have been 12 years. And we back here already. And it's like that, he came in doing this to his family. I want to be able to go home and do it to my son, but I can't. All I can do is wear my son around me. Go home and talk to him, his ashes, talk to him. All I got is pictures and memory of him. He never said he's sorry. He never said anything. When they asked him, did he have something to say? Oh, he didn't. No. He could apologize to me. His family thought it was just fun, grinning, laughing, right in our face. That just hurt, just hit like a knife was stabbing in my back, in my neck, my chest. My son had 5 children, 3 grandkids. He never had a chance to see. Never. You never said you were sorry to me. You never apologized to his kids, my brothers, his brothers and sisters, nobody. You know, you coming in here thinking just y'all, all this just hurt, just hit it all back over again. I didn't find it funny, no smile, no nothing. You know, your family had, like a couple years before all this, we went to prison, all on Facebook, this and that and that, walking down the street, still picking with us. That hurt, that hurt. You know, all I'm asking you, please, do not let this man out. Do not let him out. I have to forgive him to move on with my pain. It's been 12 years. I'm on medication. Hard to sleep. Hard. I stay up 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, staring at the ceiling. Had to take medication for anxiety, medication for a nervous breakdown and everything. He took my firstborn child from me, my child. If the shoes turn on other people, they will feel the same way I feel. It hurt that I can't see my son. I still cry to this day. Birthday, New Year's, I can't even celebrate New Year's. I can't celebrate New Year's because of this, him. Cannot celebrate New Year's. I cannot. I cannot even say nothing. I don't say nothing. I just got to just be humble. Kids call me, I don't even answer the phone for them. I just like to be to myself on birthdays, Christmas, New Year's, to myself. He put a dent in my heart. And that dent is still right there in my heart. Right there. All I have asked, all I wanted from him was an apology. He never said it. He walked out that courtroom, didn't even look me in my face. Couldn't look me in my face.
The only body was at the court was just me, my daughter, and my son's girlfriend. He took him away from, like I said, from his 5 children, 4 girls and his 1 son, and his 3 grandkids. He never had a chance to be a grandfather to. I'm asking you, please, do not let him out. Do not, please. Do not. You can give him 60, 80 years? Don't let this man walk the road. No.
Ma'am, he was given a life sentence. The Supreme Court has taken that ability from us, so I cannot do that, but I have heard what you say. But I also, your son,
I'm reliving this all over again, coming back to me, all over. It's hurtful, it's painful, it's pain.
but you honor your son by coming here, and I think, I didn't know your son. You seem like a close family.
Yes, I have a picture of my son, that's all I got, just memories, pictures and memories.
But I want you to think about something, ma'am. If your son, I believe he's standing with you.
Yes, I feel my son present all the time.
Yeah.
I feel he's present all the time.
But I want you to actually hear him. He is not wanting you to be alone and miserable on all those days.
Yes.
He wants you to celebrate his life and live in joy for both of you. So
I tried, I have tried.
I know, it takes time, but try for him. Because you gotta feel the joy. Make his favorite meals on Thanksgiving, make his favorite drink on New Year's, and celebrate with him and your other loved ones. You all need that, and he wants you to be together, ma'am.
Yes, we do, I try to they get together, but I be at home. I be at home.
I know, but that's not what your son wants. If he were here, if he walked in right now and said, Mom, what you doing? Right?
Right.
Okay, I hear him. You gotta hear him, ma'am. He wants you to be with your family as a unit, not alone.
Yes.
Okay, so I want you to feel him, and I want you to hear him in this courtroom and leave with your head held high, because you've done him justice. He can't come back, but he does live in you and with your other family. So join them for the holidays. Hear what I have to say. He's wanting you to be there with them. You understand?
Your Honor, my son was 29 when he took my child from me.
I know.
Today, my son would have been 42. 42. So, then I got to come right here and relive this all over.
Yeah, with the same reactions of them coming out, same reactions, seeing them. We want to be happy too.
Yes.
My brother's in a box, why their brother can't stay in a box a little longer? I'm sorry, it's not enough time. So you took a life, they're his family, his kids, his grandmother, grandfather, the way he just did that, you can do that in a video call. You can go visit him and do that. We don't get that. We don't get that at all. His kids are messed up behind us. Trust me, if I told you one of his kids, you would know why now. So yeah, this is a trickle effect, not just for him, not just for us, it's the whole family. So just like they're happy now because they've seen him, they're gonna go home and be sad. No, we're gonna go home and still be sad. But every day we're sad about this.
Yes.
But hey, more power to everybody. Hell, let me give it to you too. They took my best friend from me. They see him, I wear him around my neck. I have him on my back. The way I felt when this happened, I wanted to fuck everybody up. I'm sorry. But my brother came to me in a dream and told me, live with no regrets, forgive but never forget. And it's tatted on my back. So I forgave, but like my mom said, all she wanted was an apology. Like, fuck all the smirks, forget all that happy stuff. If it was on that other foot, you would want to be, or want us to show sympathy. Why can't you do that? It's not funny at all. At all, I'm sorry. Yeah. And quite sure they might want to be mad after this. I don't care. I said what I had to say. I feel how I feel. In no way in heck should that ever happen. Yes, you can say, hey, we miss you, this and that and the third. Don't cheer them on like you did something great. That was nothing great at all. And I'm sorry. That was real disrespectful. So, yeah, and that's all I have to say.
Well, you're entitled to feel that way, ma'am, and I appreciate you saying it publicly and letting us all know.
Yeah.
But I do want you on Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's to go
Oh.
gather your mother.
And my nieces and nephews, they
That's
come
right.
all the time.
That's right.
And guess what they say? Tell me about my dad. Oh, I can because we have memories. There's supposed to still be memories being made to this day. Yes. But there's not. I'm quite sure they can call when he calls home. Hey, guess what happened here? This person started walking, this person graduated, not us. We gotta look in the sky or say, hey, happy heavenly birthday to such and such. I'm tired of doing that. To know that he'll get out or have his sentence shortened? No, I'm sorry. That's something, I don't know if my tattoo would make me live to forgive and forget. I don't know. It's starting to become very hard.
It's not easy to do this from this perspective either. I have to take my orders, so does the prosecutor from the
Oh, yeah.
Supreme Court.
Yeah, I know.
So that's why we're all here. And I'm terribly sorry for the loss. But you have honored your son, your brother. Celebrate his life every day. He's still there. You heard him in the dream. He's still there. He's still there. Just gotta share that with your mom. She needs to not be alone on those days, ma'am. Okay, he's reaching out to you. You've been here. Things happen for you, not to you. We're never gonna understand the why of this, but be with your family, be closer, celebrate his life, and never let him be forgotten or dissed by anybody. Let him be remembered by his children and grandchildren. So that for generations, they can pass on the story of his greatness and his
Just
power.
like his grandmother told me, she said, you have to forgive for you to move on with your life. As long as you don't forgive, you're gonna always be in misery. And like I said, I forgave for myself, but I could be able to move on with my life. It took me a minute. I couldn't move on. Couldn't go on. I couldn't do nothing. I couldn't even get out the bed for days, months. I couldn't do nothing.
Yeah.
You know, just hold a pillow with his, I would call his phone just to hear his voice 50 times. Back to back, calling his phone to hear my son's voice. That's something I'm not gonna never hear. They could hear their son's voice, they could see their son's face. They could even go see him in prison, hug him, share a meal with him, a drink with him, whatever. But I can't do that with mine. You know, now he have, like I said, grandchildren. He had never seen them. My grandson looked identical to him, identical to my son. My granddaughter looked just like her father. Now I can just stare at her, you know, just stare at her. Cause I said it all over again. It just, thank you.
I appreciate you being here. Thank you. Do we have other people? Anyone else?
No.
You may proceed.
Judge, I'd like to point out again, the age of the defendant at the time he committed this crime. Again, he wasn't 17, 18, or 19. He was age 20, 4 months before turning 21, when he committed what I'll call the New Year's Day rampage and murder of Nicholas Jones. I don't think the facts that you read in the pre-sentence report does what actually occurred or does justice to what occurred. So I do want to play some videos from inside the Save-On Market on that January 1st of 2013. And what you'll observe is the defendant getting a 45 caliber handgun from Noe Akati, and it was loaded with approximately 32 rounds. And he just begins to shoot at multiple people throughout that store, eventually shooting Nicholas Jones in the back or in the chest, excuse me, and killing him. And then the gunfight proceeds outside to where there's another gun battle between the defendant and another individual where Noe Akati is shot and paralyzed for the rest of his life. So we'll begin with camera 4, excuse me. I'm gonna pause real quick. The person with the scarf or the person at the top is Delon Miller. the defendant, and then Noe Akati is the second individual in this. He's shooting multiple times. Let's play that one more time. Passes the gun off to Delon. Delon racks around, comes back. And shoots Nicholas. You can see the extended clip. Different angle. Multiple round shot. Play that one more time. Need to fast forward this. This is the argument and the beef going on. Person on the ground with the arm is Nicholas Jones. He's been shot in the chest. I believe he may be paralyzed at this point. In the waist down. And there's Delon Miller coming up. And walks right by him with this extended clip magazine. Here we go. Gunfight continues outside. Delon Miller. Shots are fired. Shots are being fired from another person. And another gun battle ensues. Noe's been shot, he's paralyzed below his waist. And the defendant carries him or pulls him out of the way. That occurred in Lansing on New Year's Eve, 2013. And it's lucky that more people weren't murdered that day, especially in a market that was that busy that day. There was no regard for human life. Again, inexcusable. I don't have much I can follow up that Luella Fields and Kiani say that Luella Fields, the mother of Nicholas, and Kiani Fields said. What I can ask is, the defendant has done 12 years so far. You can sentence him to 40 to 60 on the first degree or the murder charge. That's what I would be asking for, is you impose the maximum of 40 to 60 years. When you consider the snow factors, which is the protection of society, the punishment of the offender, and deterrence of others. I don't believe 25 years is enough for this crime. Thank you.
Thank you. Counsel?
Thank you. I have a couple of people who want to speak on this. Yeah. Ms. Jackson.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Put your hand down. Please state, spell your name for the record.
Tiffany Jackson, TIFFANY JACKSON.
Thank you. What would you like me to know?
First of all, I am standing in the gap for Delon's dad, who passed a year ago. Yeah, I know that video says a lot, but it also shows him trying to save his life. And I have something that I would like to read. I would like to say that this young man was a good kid, came from a good home, both parents, grandparents, family that loves him. Delon is not, nor has he ever been a bad kid. Very kind and sweet young man that liked to play video games and stay to himself. That night was his sister's birthday at midnight. He went to the store not looking for trouble, but to get his sister a bottle of wine for her birthday, and a situation took place that shouldn't have. He was not the intended target, but you know how they say, wrong place, wrong time. But that was not the case that night. He never went to the store for trouble. Trouble found him. He was trying to save both him and his friend's life. Unfortunately, his friend was also shot and paralyzed in this incident. During these court proceedings in downtown Lansing, both his brother and my mother was assaulted by the victim family while at court in the hallway. Again, his brother and my mother was the target that day. I'm not gonna stand here and say that I am not sorry for the victim family because they have lost a loved one. And for that, I am truly sorry. But what I will say is this young man had no ill intention when he went to that store. His only focus was trying to stay alive, and that has cost him his freedom. I'm not saying that he doesn't deserve to do some time, but to take him from his family for possibly the rest of his life or close to it is just something that I will fight until the day that I die for his freedom. I'm asking you to give this young man a sentence where he can come home one day to his family who loves him dearly. I truly do believe he has learned from his lesson. As a matter of fact, I'll put my life on it because I believe in him that much. I came here on my lunch break, possibly to lose my job, but I felt like I needed to stand up and speak for him. Again, I'm standing in the gap for his dad, who he lost last year. Delon has been in prison for 12 years. He has completed his 10-year dog program. He's currently in college. Everybody makes mistakes, but I truly, and again, I'll put my life on it, I believe he's learned from his mistake. I truly do believe he's rehabilitated. Again, I apologize to the family. I did blow a kiss to him when he came out, but that's only because I had not seen him in 12 years. It was no disrespect to the victim's family. And I would like to say that to y'all. I would just like to ask you to take these things into consideration, and thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. My client's nephew, Mr. Hunt, would like to say a couple of words if you could.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide me the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, under penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
Please state, spell your name for the record.
Xavier Hunt, XAVIERHUNT.
What would you like me to know?
This man is my uncle. I've always known him to be a great guy. He was always there more than my father was. So this picture that they're painting of him, I've never seen. It can't be real. He was protecting himself and his friend, and that's how I see it. So no matter the cause, I'm with him. I love him, and I will always be with him. So please, I only have 3 real memories with him that I can really think of the top of my head, and I would love to make more. So please, that's all I ask for.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Vasquez.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Put your hand down. Please state
Okay.
your name for.
Soledad, Soledad, Vasquez, Vasquez. This, Your Honor, this is hard. I've been crying teary eyed since I pulled in because my son is nowhere out there. And
My
I
son
feel
is
like.
what? You said what?
Nowhere
Teary-eyed
out
since I pulled in because my son is.
Nowhere out there. For the victim, for Delon and my son, I see the videos. I just know that he was scared. My son, you seen him running to a freezer. He really did nothing. I get it. He had a gun or something. Give him 2 to 5. He's doing a 20-year sentence. The victim, Nicholas, it was like he was around the wrong people at the wrong time. My son and Delon went to the store, wrong place, wrong time. And stuff escalated in the videos. I have all the videos at home. I was at the time living in Detroit and I was looking at the videos slow motion. And I'm like, these boys started all this trouble. And it had nothing to do with the victim, nothing to do with Delon, nothing to do with knowing. And all these men are free. They left their friend in the front of the store. It's just chaotic. It's sad for everybody's family. Everybody lost somebody. And I just think that he needs a second chance. And it hurt me so bad when we went to court. I seen on the news that you sentenced the young man that shot my son and paralyzed him. And I seen it in Detroit news. And I was like, whoever this judge is, I never heard you in my life. I was like, I thank God that I got justice for him, because not only did he get paralyzed, he had to go to prison. And they really didn't have nothing to do with nothing. They were victims, all of them were. And I seen the court, I seen the tapes, I seen where we went to court, where the prosecutor and somebody got caught skipping minutes of the tape of what happened. I have the original tapes from our attorney, Jamie, I think his name, Jamie something. Jamie White. He gave me the videos when it first happened, and I looked at them 1,001 times. And I was like, this is self-defense. These boys, the victim, he was standing in the store. He was just with the wrong people. And they went in there, started trouble, the Jerome and the Keith Houston, I don't know their names, but they went in there trying to jump one guy. And I heard the audio videos from the Houston brothers where they were telling everything on everybody. And they were trying to jump one person, it escalated. There were 3 of them holding handguns in the store. And these boys were defending themselves, but then all the families here, we all got the short end of the stick. And these hoodlums are on the streets today because they went in front of the prosecutors and told their side of the story first. And they're the guilty ones. And I can't even talk right now. It hurts so bad. And I just want you to, I know that you're a good person because I've seen it all the ways on Fox 2, what you did for my son. And I just hope that you see in your heart, give these boys a second chance, because we're all victims. And none of the people that started all this stuff, none of them were here. None of them. And they're all in the streets probably still doing the same thing.
I can't speak to all of those. I'm not law enforcement. I'm not the prosecutor. I'm not the investigator. So I can only deal with what's in front of me. And I agree, wrong time, wrong place, but very wrong decisions. And
Yes.
not having the ability to simply walk away, but instead choosing to carry an unlawful weapon and then fire it. This kind of slaughter.
It's sad.
It's not just sad, but it's foreseeable.
I agree. This was life-changing,
And
life-changing.
This is not a video game. I think young people are playing video games thinking that people who get shot walk, stand up and go to work the next day or go to school. They don't. It's real
And they
life.
don't realize.
Bullets kill. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to say something. And again, I thank you for charging the man that did paralyze my son.
How is your son doing?
Thank you so much.
How is your son doing?
He's good. He's in a lot of programs. He's got probably 9 more years to go, but it's still a lot of time. He got the short end. He got paralyzed, had to go to prison, but he's good.
Good. All right.
Thank you, honey. Okay.
Finally, Your Honor. Wendy Miller would like to say a couple words.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, and you don't any perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Put your hand up. Please state and spell your name for the record.
Wendy Miller, W-N-D-Y, Miller, M-I-L-L-E-R.
Thank you for being here. What would you like me to know?
Well, my son, he has always been a good one. I mean, now if we were sitting here talking about my oldest son, I would have more understanding of what, you know. Yeah, it's true, it did happen. First of all, can I say one thing first? If any disrespect, ma'am, I was never, we were, by seeing him, you know, just throwing up, and we did not want to make you feel that you were being disrespected in any kind of form or fashion, because my heart goes out to you. And I heard what you said. I feel that. Yeah, you don't have the availability to be able to go to a penitentiary and be able to see your son. I haven't seen my son since before COVID, because we had all got so sick and I've had a lot of problems. And I really feel your pain, okay? I didn't mean no disrespect like that, ma'am. It was a misinterpretation, and I apologize for that.
Thank you.
I do not mean no disrespect to you or the court or to them. As my friend had said, you know, the prosecuting attorney picks and chooses what he wants to show in court. He didn't show the beginning of how Delon was standing at the counter buying his stuff, and he was assaulted and chased back to the end of the hall where he was at. Yes, he did receive a gun, and yes, he did. But being in the back of a store on your bunk doesn't down because you're being shot at. He doesn't show the whole thing. He just picks and chooses what he wants to show. And it hurt me, and I really want to see my son come home. Yes, I do know he, you know, for what did happen to her child, and you know, you have to pay your consequences for your actions. But it wasn't a malicious intent. It wasn't premeditated. It was something that happened in a midst of a moment. And I pray that you do find something in your heart to show some kind of mercy in this decision of resentencing my son, ma'am. There's a lot more to it, and you know, I do respect you because I voted for you. You are one that always been fair. You have always been a fair judge. But it's in your hands, and I just hope that you make the right, I mean, you're always gonna make the right decision. I hope for my sake that it's something I can live with. Thank you.
Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I think that we talk about the Supreme Court's decision. I think that Mr. Miller is the kind of person that we were talking about, the kind of person the Supreme Court was thinking of. A young man goes out to the store, and I gotta tell you, my dad, before he passed himself, used to always say, nothing good happens at 2 a.m. Nothing. Judge, this is a sad case of young men running around our streets in Lansing with guns. And I've conversed with the prosecutor Crino, who's in the court today, many times about the travesty of that. I'm not here to relitigate the trial. I'm not here to relitigate the re-engaging of my client into a volatile situation to what he probably should not have done. And but for that, we wouldn't be here today. I'm here to talk about this young man who since 2016 hasn't gotten in trouble in prison, who has tried to make a better person of himself, who has enrolled in college, who has matured, whose strong family supporters in the courtroom today here, limiting them to 4 people to come talk to you, Judge, who is contrite. a moment of smiling because you see your family for the first time in half a decade is not intended to cause shame or throw shade at the family of the deceased. My client is remorseful for his actions. He understands what he did. His friend that evening who gave him the weapon, and his mom spoke to you a moment ago, was shot and paralyzed in this senseless gun violence. Judge, I think the statute allowing you to do 25 is appropriate. I think that this is a situation for a young man who wouldn't be getting out of prison today, won't be getting out of prison probably during my career, regardless of your sentence. Won't be probably getting out of prison for the prosecutor's careers or your honor's career. At the earliest, I think I did the math, it's somewhere around 2039 to 2041, the soonest possibility of parole if this court gave him 25 years plus the 2 for the gun. That's not getting out of prison today. That's not, he's already learned his lesson. He still has many years to go to keep doing what he's been doing since being in the facility, to continue doing the right thing, to prove to the parole board that 27 years taught him and his 20-year-old self that his actions had consequences, that there is a man that is dead and a family who has lost their son and another family who's lost their son for 20 plus years, who even if that other individual gets out, will never walk again. This is why I'm a public defender. Because I believe in these cases. And I believe in these resentencings. And I believe the Supreme Court got it right when they said that life without parole for a 20-year-old is unconscionable. Life without parole for a 14-year-old in the Miller case is unconscionable. That is cruel and unusual. The original US Supreme Court case from Miller. But I agree that it applies to this Mr. Miller as well, Judge. I think 25 years plus the gun is sufficient. I think he's learned his lesson and his record in prison shows it. His family support here shows it. It's not a bad kid. He made a bad decision to accept that firearm from his friend, to engage in a gunfight, to re-engage instead of retreating, to be angry at 2 in the morning from being assaulted. I'm not excusing his behavior, Judge. I'm saying that I think he's paying that price. And if I'm still here, I hope to see when he gets out. Thank you, Judge.
Sir, what would you like me to know?
Your Honor, may I address the victim family?
You may.
Man, you're correct. I do owe you an apology. Initially, I didn't know what to say. I wasn't sure how to express myself at the time. But I truly and deeply am apologetic for what I've done to you and your family. And I really am sorry for the crime I committed against your family. Initially, like I said, I wasn't sure what to say to you. I couldn't even look at y'all because I didn't know what to say. I didn't know how to voice how I felt. But I truly am apologetic for what I've caused. All the pain, all the suffering. I truly am. That's all.
I appreciate that you apologized. A little late. But I would guess that I would have difficulty too if I murdered someone. What do you say? You cannot bring them back.
No words could ever bring them back.
You altered their life forever. And your attorney's correct. I've always been told the same thing, and I said the same thing. Nothing good happens after 2 a.m. or at 2 a.m. You got a gift from the Supreme Court. And these decisions are difficult for me too. When I look at that video, all those videos, what a horrifying experience. And you pull the trigger and you pull the trigger. I don't know what was going through your head. I don't know what happened at trial. I wasn't there. That video, sir. In those moments, why didn't you walk out? Why didn't you get down? Why didn't you scream, call 911? What was going through your head?
Honestly, Your Honor, I was just enraged. I had just got almost knocked out and I wasn't thinking clearly. And I made a horrible decision to grab that gun and start shooting in that store.
What have you learned in prison?
I've learned how to better deal with my anger issues.
How?
I took a couple classes for critical thinking and Cage of Rage, which is basically like an advanced form of anger management. And
So what'd you learn? Did you sleep through class? What'd you learn?
I learned how to better deal with situations.
How?
As far as
Yeah, if something happens right now, if that officer pushed you right now, what would you do?
if I try to talk to him, ask him why, what's going on, what I do to him. I try to resolve the situation with my words instead of my actions. Instead of being reactive, be proactive.
So let me go through the counts, just so we have a clear record. The count that I have to re-sentence you on is count 7. Which is listed as count 7, but it's a charge 7, but it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think, 7. So I want to make sure the clerk gets this right. So as to the, let's go off the record a moment. What's easiest for you to?
I have them in numerical order, so
1 through or 7 through?
1 through 7.
Okay, I'm gonna go.
Which, and then 1 is the open murder, 7 is the assault with intent.
Okay. So as to counts 2, 3, 4, and 7, you are sentenced to, the sentence remains, okay? That was the 20 years to 40 years, okay? And then count 6, you have to serve 2 years consecutively with and preceding count 1. And you'll get credit on that count for the 730 days that you've already served. Does that make sense to you, sir?
Yes.
It looks to me like you've served a total of 4,373. So I've subtracted the 730 as to the count 1. If my math is correct, and I'm sure the attorneys will double check it, you get credit for 3,643 days. That should total the 4,373 days. You are going to serve 384 months, which is 32 years to 60 years. It's not the 40 years that you probably deserve, but I've been impressed with at least the apology and a few things you've learned. And while the video is horrific, I think you all were caught in a situation that no one was trained for. And you let your young emotions get to you. So it is not the 25 years your attorney wants. And it is not the 40 years that people have asked for. I'm giving you a little bit of grace because you seem to have learned something, and I have to consider the snow factors as to punishment of defendant, rehabilitation, deterrence of others, and protection of society. And I do believe that you are on the path of rehabilitation, but you have a lot of work to do. So no, I will not do the 25 years. I've given you all the grace I can. Sir, when you get out, I hope that what you do is you work with youth who are in situations like yours, who are on the edge of the law, and tell them your story. Because in that way, saving others, you will honor the family that you harmed and the man that you killed. And I think that's what you need to do in your life. And you don't have to listen to me, but I think that you probably think about this every single day while you're in that cage, and making amends for the rest of your life, so that when you're in the higher court, you can at least say, I tried to make amends for the life I took, and I did some good. You have 42 days to appeal and to request appellate counsel, and I do believe that this sentence is proportional, given the circumstance in its entirety. Do you acknowledge receiving your appellate rights?
Yes.
Thank you. That is all for the record.
Thank you, Your Honor.